What is up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. It's good to see everybody. Glad you're all here. Thank you for waiting. Welcome in. And let's bring in TikTok. Let's get them started. Okay. Here we go. Hope your Wednesday's going well so far. And I'm decided to stick with this topic for a little bit longer. And let's see how it goes. So going through like a lot of my old content, and I'm finding some really, really good clips. I'm doing well, Deconstruction, the GM, and it's good to see you. If Webb, good to see you. And I'm finding lots of good stuff. So I'm pretty excited about that. I'll move my mic a little bit closer. Oh, that's very kind of you to say. I'm glad you enjoy it. And I certainly enjoy being here. So, can't be by how Hebrew works. Isa Secular, good to see you. Talon Biz, let's see. Hakif Webb. Thank you for holding it down. Oh, thank you, Positively Luna. It's very kind of you to say. Thank you. So, my amazing show is amazing. Thank you, Stuart. Appreciate you. Forever Atheist, good to see you. Well, it's been very enjoyable, so that's for sure. So, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, and you are at least 18, please request up and let's talk about your evidence that your God is not evil. Have you asked Grok the best evidence of God? Nope. No need to ask a large language model. Yeah. I think we're going to rock with this a little while longer, Jade. We had some pretty good crash outs yesterday. So maybe we can get more. Who knows? Yes, Home Slice, because that's where the AI gets their information. Just a large language model. So looks like you don't understand how LLM works. That's okay. So, yeah, it's all the same arguments. And in fact, a lot of people come in my lives and they give the arguments from AI. And they get shot down every time. So I've actually done that. If you go back through my videos, I've actually asked AI when people have used AI in comments, and I've used AI to respond to them. So, or why don't you do this, Home Slice? If you're a Christian, why don't you just do what the Bible says and be prepared to give it a defense, like it says in 1 Peter 3, verse 15. Instead of relying on AI, how about you read your Bible and see what it actually says? That's probably the best thing you could do as a Christian. And then that will start your road to deconstruction, is if you actually read the Bible. Yeah, so hope, meaning there's no evidence. right? So come up and give your defense for the hope that you have. I'm asking for an accounting. So what gives you hope? All right. Well, we've got Emmanuel Stewart, who is in the TikTok guest queue. And like I said, if you are at least 18 and you are a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, and you have evidence that God is not evil, request up and let's talk. But looks like I think I'm ready to take some guests here. So let's take up Emmanuel Stewart. How's it going?
All is well. How about you?
Doing well, thanks. Can I get your age and pronouns, please?
Yes, I'll be 42 in August, and my pronouns are he, him, sir.
All right, very good. All right, and which God do you believe in?
I'm a Christian by, I guess, definition. I believe in Christ. I follow Christ.
Okay. And what's your best evidence that this God is not evil?
Well, I can start by saying everything I see around me. I know
Everything you
that.
see around you?
Well, yeah, everything had to be shaped and formed. So I
How
can
does
look
that-
around me.
Well, how does
And I
that
can
demonstrate
see,
God is
wow.
not evil? An evil God could
Well,
create all this, right?
Well, I don't think an evil God can create, period. But
How do you know that?
if I can, there's only one creator.
Okay, so if there's only one creator, how do you know this creator is not evil?
I'm trying to explain it. You're cutting me off while I'm trying to explain it to you. So if I can go outside and I can look around me and I can see a beautiful blue sky, the sky doesn't look evil to you, does it?
No. How does that
Right,
demonstrate that the God is not evil, though? Just because
Well, hear me
something
out.
doesn't look evil, how does that demonstrate it's not evil?
Yeah.
What if he's
Jesus is-
doing a illusion? What if it's an
Well,
illusion?
I'll tell you, because Jesus made it very clear that if no kingdom no kingdom divided, against itself can stand. So we know that if one power is one way, it's one way, and the other's other, it's another. It's not going to be one power. Like a Satanist is not going to try to bring you to Christ, and
Okay.
a good God's not going to create a bad scenery. It's not
And how
going to
do-
be like that.
Okay, this isn't following. So we're kind of all over the place here. So an evil God wouldn't create good scenery, yet we have evidence that Hitler used to paint. He wasn't a very good painter, but he used to paint. And are you saying Hitler was good?
So your question was your best evidence, right, that God is not evil.
Yeah.
So I'm telling you, we can look around us and we can see that God is not evil because
I heard
you and
that.
I have an upright.
What I'm asking you though is that when again Hitler used to paint. He used to paint scenery. He used to paint beautiful things. He used to collect art. So are you saying that Hitler was good?
Well, Hitler can't create life. He can't. So I can give you another example. The life in us is good, or would you say it's bad?
It's neither good nor bad. So how do you know it's good?
So you're saying that you don't know whether your being alive is good or bad?
It by itself is neither good nor bad. There's no moral attachment to life itself.
Okay. How about eyesight? Is it good that you can see?
Well, if you're going to say that, then God's an evil piece of shit because he gave me bad eyesight. I have astigmatism. I've had to have cataracts removed, and this is all genetics. So
it's not.
That would be demonstration that he's an evil piece of shit. So you're kind of making my
So
point.
how about your smell? Is it good that you can smell aroma?
It's neither good nor bad. There's no moral attachment to smell. It's category error.
So is it good that you and I can speak towards
Again,
one another?
There's no moral attachment to speaking, to language. It's an ability.
Right. Are those abilities good or bad?
It just depends. It depends
So
what you
you don't
say. It
think-
depends how
so
you
you
say it.
don't
Depends
think
how
God
you
can
use it.
take
But
those-
speaking by itself is not neither good nor bad. And there's no evidence that God can give nor take away. You haven't demonstrated that. You're just asserting it.
So you don't believe that God gave you those abilities?
I don't believe in any God, so no.
Okay.
Why would I
All
believe
right,
that?
So I have
Do you
another
believe that Santa
question
Claus
for
gives you presents at Christmas time?
Yeah, I have another question for you, sir. Okay.
All right. Well, hold on. I had a question for you. Do
is
you
laughter
believe that
good?
Santa Claus gives you presents at Christmas time?
Santa Claus is not real, but God is real, sir.
Okay. Well, let's
So that's not even
give the
relevant.
evidence that
You're
that
talking
he's not
about
evil. All right. Let's
things
give
that
the
aren't even
evidence that
real,
he's not evil. Haven't heard anything from you yet.
that in your opinion. But I'm
No, you've
naming
just
many
given
things that are
assertions. You
real.
haven't given evidence. So, like, if there's evidence of a crime, right?
So we can't go
Somebody's
outside and see a
saying
beautiful blue
evidence of
sky?
a crime isn't, well, look around you. There's, that's what proves David did it. Just look around. No, you
Yeah,
have
that's
to
what
look
they
at the
do.
evidence,
Hold on.
right?
You're onto something. It's called a crime scene, and they take pictures,
Yeah,
sir.
but they don't just say look
And they use it as
around and say,
evidence.
see, this is evidence that David did it. No,
That's a
what else?
lie. They use
Okay,
video cameras, sir.
what else do they do,
So-
Emmanuel? What else do they do to
Let's
the
go back
evidence?
to your example, because that's exactly what they do. They use
Okay.
what they see.
So
in
I have
evidence.
a question for you, Emmanuel.
So it
What
is
do they
evidence.
do? Okay, they don't just say look around. Are you telling me that prosecutors just say, I know David committed the crime, just look around?
And
Is that
we
what
have
is that what they
video.
do?
We have video evidence showing that he did it. That's
Okay.
exactly what they do. They look at what they
We have
see, sir.
we have video, and what is on the video evidence?
Sir, everything you see around
Hey,
you.
Emmanuel, what is on the
So you're
video
wrong.
evidence?
So hold on. You brought up the court. Let's acknowledge that the courts
Okay.
do use
Emmanuel, what
footage in
is
the same
on
way that I'm saying
the
the stuff
video
that we're saying.
evidence? What is on the
You don't have
video
to become
evidence?
belligerent. You don't have to become belligerent.
Then just
let's
answer my
agree.
question and let's just be intellectually honest. So what
Can
is
we agree that
on
the court
the
system
video
uses the things that they
evidence?
see to prosecute people?
Okay, Emmanuel, what is on the video evidence?
Right. What they're seeing.
Okay, what are they seeing?
Whatever is being accused.
Okay, and what's an example?
And a good action or a bad action. In this
Good
case,
action
a
or
crime,
bad
which is a
action?
bad
Okay.
action.
And then
Right.
what other kind of video? So that means there's an action there. And what does that actually do? What does that action doing? It's pointing to the accused, right? Like, what's an example of it doing? What's an example of an action that would be on the video? Did we lose him?
I don't know. Someone muted me. But
Yeah,
the point I'm trying to make is
when a guest
we
gets
can
out of pocket,
easily
my
look-
mods will do that. So
Right, we can
let's
easily
answer the
look
question.
and,
Let's answer the question,
we can,
Emmanuel.
I am. You're just cutting me off saying the same thing. So you're going to let
Okay.
me answer or not?
I'm asking you what's on the video.
Multiple times while I'm trying to answer. It's a form of, I'm not even going to say what it's a form of, but just please let me answer and stop cutting me off saying the same thing. That's all you're
Let's
doing.
answer the question.
I'm trying. I'm going to try again. Okay.
All right.
So if we look at something, okay, we can determine what we're seeing. We
How does
can
that answer my
see,
question?
and
I
we
didn't
can-
ask
hold on.
I didn't ask what we're looking at. I asked what's on the video. What is an example of what's on the video?
You're not even in the context of what we're talking about anymore, sir. And I'm
Okay.
trying to get you to explain that the only reason we're even talking about this is because you tried to say what we see cannot be used as evidence.
That's
So
not what
you're
I said.
talking ab-
That's not
Yes,
what I
it
said.
is,
Let's
sir.
not. Okay, so do we have to go back and look at the video?
Yes, let's go back and look at the
Okay.
video. You're wrong.
Okay, I'm wrong. Let's go back
Yes,
and look at the video.
We can look at and use what we see and determine if it's good or bad. And you're trying to say it's not. And then you brought up the court system. And I said, that's a great example because the court system uses what they see to determine if it's good or bad. And then
Yeah.
you're talking about well, what's on the camera. Who cares what's on the camera? That's not even the context that we're speaking about, sir. It's irrelevant. The point we're trying to make is can you use your eyes to determine what's good or bad with what you're seeing? So in the same way a court system can see
And
a
then you're
crime
talking
committed
about what's on
that
the
is
camera.
bad,
Who
we
cares
can
what's
see
on
a
the
tree
camera?
that's
not even the
beautiful and
context
say it's
that we're
good.
Speaking about, sir.
And that's what
All right.
it's irrelevant around.
Hey,
you.
Emmanuel, what is on the
Well, you're
video?
right.
You have
That's
to
what
look
they
at the
do.
take away. You haven't demonstrated that. It's an ability.
Right.
Are those abilities
That
good or
goes
bad?
back to
It
my
just depends.
my
Okay, will you
evidence.
shut the
Everything
fuck
goes-
up,
you don't
please, so
think-
we can hear
you
this?
don't think
Jeez.
God
You use
can
it,
take
but
those-
shut
Speaking
up
by
itself, so we can listen. Is not neither good nor bad, and there's no evidence that Stop God with the can give diarrhea nor of the take
mouth.
away. You haven't demonstrated that. You're just asserting it.
So
So
you don't
Let's-
believe that God gave you those abilities?
I don't believe in any God. So no.
Okay.
Why would I
All
believe
right,
that?
So I have
Do you
another
believe that Santa
question
Claus
for
gives you presents at Christmas time?
Yeah, I have another question for you, sir.
Udge number one.
Okay.
All right. Well, hold
It's
on. I
not-
had a
it's-
question for you.
Santa Claus is not real, but God is
He's not evil. All right.
things
Let's give
that
the
aren't even
evidence
real.
that he's not evil. Haven't heard anything from you yet. if there's evidence of a crime, right?
So we can't.
Somebody's saying evidence of a crime isn't, well, look around you. There's, that's what proves David did it. Just look around. No, you have to look at the evidence, right?
You're onto something. It's called a crime scene, and they take pictures.
Yeah,
sir.
But they don't just say look around and say, see, this is evidence that David did it. No,
That's
what
a
else?
lie. They use video cameras. Sir.
What else do they do, Emmanuel? What else do they do to the evidence?
Let's go back to your example, because that's exactly what they do. They use what they see.
So I have a question for you, Emmanuel. What do they do? Okay, they don't just say look around. Are you telling me that prosecutors just say, I know David committed the crime, just look around?
And
is that what they do?
We have video evidence showing that he did it. That's exactly what they do. They look at what they see, sir.
We have video, and what is on the video evidence?
Sir, everything you see around you.
Hey, Emmanuel, what is on the video evidence?
So hold on. You brought up the court. Let's acknowledge that the courts do use
Emmanuel. What is
in the same way that I'm saying
the video
that we're saying.
evidence? What is on the video evidence?
You don't have to become belligerent.
Then just answer my question, and let's just be intellectually honest. So what is on the video
uses the things
evidence
that they see to prosecute people?
Okay, Emmanuel, what is on the video evidence?
Right. What they're seeing.
Okay, what are they seeing?
Whatever is being accused.
Okay, and what's an example?
And a good action or a bad action. In this
good
case,
action
a crime,
or a bad action. Okay.
Action.
And then what other kind of video? So that means there's an action there. And what does that actually do? What does that action doing? It's pointing to the accused, right? Like, what's an example of it doing? What's an example of an action that would be on the video? Did we lose him? Oh, can nobody hear this?
I don't know. Someone muted me. But
yeah,
the point I'm trying to make is
when a guest gets out of pocket, my mods will do that. So let's answer the question. Let's answer the question, Emmanuel.
I am. You're just cutting me off.
Okay. So I don't know if TikTok heard that. Not sure. But okay, nobody could hear it. But yeah, it doesn't say anywhere that Emmanuel, it doesn't say anywhere that I said you can't use things to I didn't say you couldn't use things to look around as evidence. I didn't say that. Never said that. So you're putting words in my mouth. So you want to try again?
So then we can agree that eyesight is something good. It's not bad that
I never
we
said
can
that.
see.
No, I don't agree with that. I reject that.
So what is eyesight, sir?
What is your evidence that eyesight is good? What makes it good?
That I can see things that are pleasant.
How does that make it good?
And that I can see images, period.
How does that make it good? How is that morally good that you can see things?
Because not all people can see, for one. Some people have deformities. Second of all, there's creatures that don't have
principle that points to eyesight? What is the moral principle?
That a evil God would not do something good like give us good eyesight.
Okay, you just made that up. What moral principle is that? Do you know what a moral principle is?
Since we're gonna play,
do you know what a moral principle is? Okay,
you don't have to interrupt, sir. That's just the tactic.
Okay, I just need you to answer the question. Do you know what a moral principle? Okay, I'm going to keep answering the question until you answer it. I'm tired of your fucking dodging.
We're having a controlled speech.
Do you know what a moral principle is? Am I talking too fast for you? Is that it? Do I need to talk slower? Do I need to speak clear? What is your defect, sir? Okay, then listen to my question and then answer it. What is the? Do you know what a moral principle is? Okay, I'm just gonna mute you until you're just gonna keep getting muted until you answer the question.
Well, that's what you're doing.
You're only going to answer the question. You're not going to answer. You're only going to answer the question. Okay.
That's how you're.
Do you know what a moral principle is? Do you know what a moral principle is? Go ahead, unmute. So you're on probation now. You're only going to answer, as long as you're up here, you're only going to answer the questions I ask you. So there is no more speaking out of pocket. There is no more dodging questions. So are you refusing to speak now? Because
the only one speaking.
Okay. Do you know what a moral principle is? I only need to hear a yes or no. Do you know what a moral principle is? Yes or no? If I hear anything but yes or no out of your mouth, I'm just going to fucking mute you again. Yes or no? Do you know what a moral principle is?
Can I not answer freely?
Do you know what a moral principle is? Yes or no? I only want to hear those two words.
You tell me.
That's not what I asked. Do you know what a moral principle is? Yes or no?
Teach, you tell me.
Yes or no? Do you know what a moral principle is? Do you know what a moral principle is?
No, you tell me.
You don't know. Okay. So an example of a moral principle is the golden rule. Another example is keep your promises. Those are moral principles. So what is the moral principle that points to eyesight?
Sir, a toddler can tell seeing is good.
What is the moral principle that points to eyesight?
You can't tell seeing is good.
What is the moral principle
Listen
that
to
points?
yourself.
What is the moral principle
Listen
that
how
points
ridiculous.
to? What is the moral principle that points to eyesight?
You sound crazy.
What is the moral
sound
principle?
crazy.
What is the moral principle that points
Insanity.
to eyesight? What is the moral
Insane.
principle? What is the moral principle
You're
that
insane.
points to eyesight?
You're insane.
Okay, so now we're going to
Eyesight
pivot.
is good.
Now you said you're a Christian, right? Okay,
Eyesight is
now
good.
we're going to look at your behavior.
Are you
As a
being
Christian.
crazy? You're being crazy by saying you can't tell.
Yeah, that's
So stop it. So
Yeah,
stop it.
that's
You're the one
ableist.
being you're the one being.
so. Let's look at
Right.
your behavior. All right, let's
I
look
can
at
ask a
Colossians
5-year-old
3:12.
Listen, I can ask a 5-year-old if
Colossians 3:12. All right.
a 5-year-old
Okay.
will know.
Have you read Colossians 3:12? Yes or no?
You're a grown.
Have you
Who
read
says he doesn't know?
Have you read Colossians 3:12? Yes or no? That's all I need to hear from you. See, the thing is you don't know how to act right. So you need to be taught.
I'm telling you.
Yes or
What is
no?
true?
Yes or no? Colossians
being
3:12. Have you read Colossians
You're being
3?
crazy.
Have you read Colossians
That's
3:12?
the
Yes.
truth.
Have you read Colossians 3:12? Yes or no?
Yes, I have, sir.
Oh, you have. Okay. What does it
Yes.
say?
Tell us. I don't have my Bible in front of me. Tell us.
Okay. Well, it's right above my head. Can you see it above my head?
Uh-huh.
You do. You see it above my head, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Therefore, as God's chosen ones, are you one of God's chosen ones?
I am.
Holy and beloved, clothe yourselves with compassion, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience. Are you being meek right now, sir?
I'm being very meek.
No. What is the definition of meek?
You're upset. I'm telling you.
What is the definition of meek?
You see how you're muting me?
What is the definition? Because you're not answering my questions.
Because
What
it's
is
controlled speech.
What is the
What kind of
What is the definition
See how you're
of what is the definition of meek?
Right. So I don't have to participate.
What is the definition of
See how you're
meek?
cheating?
What is
see how
the
you're cheating?
definition of meek?
How come you can cheat?
What is the definition? Because this is
How
my
come
house.
you can cheat?
Because this is my house. That's why.
Right.
What is the
So I don't
definition?
have to go-
What is the definition of meek?
I don't have to go.
See, here's the thing. This is my house. You don't pay
You're
rent here. I pay rent
You're
here.
losing.
What happens
You're
here?
losing.
What happens here
You're
is
losing.
I'm responsible. So if you're going to act out of pocket, then I'm just going to pull you out. I don't want to have to teach lessons, but if I have to teach a lesson, then I'll teach a lesson. Okay?
You're the only one.
So,
You're still talking.
what is the definition of meek? We're not getting
When-
off
when
this.
can I-
We're not getting off this question until you
When can I
answer.
talk?
No, you can answer the question.
Child.
What is the definition
Child.
of meek?
Your child.
What is the definition of meek?
Can't have a simple conversation with him.
What is the definition of meek?
It's whatever you want it to be.
Meek is defined as what? Say the definition.
You say it, sir.
Oh, you don't know what it is.
Go ahead. Tell me. Teach
Do you
me
know
it
what
is, sir.
meek means?
Teach me what it is.
Do you know what it
Well,
means?
When we can get past this, we can have a simple conversation.
Do you know what it means? Yes or no?
Yeah, I know what it means.
Okay, then tell us what it means.
I don't have to prove it to you.
I'm not saying to prove it to
That's
me.
prideful.
Okay. So you still don't
I
know
don't
how
have
to answer. No, prideful is not answering questions.
Prideful's doing what you tell me.
Okay. So
I don't have to do that.
define meek.
I don't.
We're not moving forward until you define it.
Right. Same thing Satan did to
We're not moving forward
jump
until you
off the cliff if you're.
We're not defining meek until you define it. Definition of meek, please.
Turn the rocks in the bread if you're.
Okay. Definition of meek.
I rebuke you, Satan.
Okay. I didn't ask for that. I said, what is the definition of meek?
When you're ready, we can move on.
When you're ready, we can move on. Define meek.
I'm telling you no.
Define meek. Then we don't move on.
Well, then have a good day.
All right. Bounce.
I'm trying to speak with you.
All right. Bounce. Very simple, everybody. Just, if you want to have a conversation, just answer the questions. I will have dialogue with you. You can ask me questions, but if you're going to dodge my questions and you're going to be intellectually dishonest, then this is what's going to happen. Your behavior will get called out. How can you say you're meek when you don't even know what the fuck the word means? I mean, it's that simple. And you don't walk into somebody's house and tell them how to paint their walls. You don't do that. You respect the rules of the house. I mean, it's not hard. Somebody asks you to take your shoes off. You don't fucking say, I don't want to take my shoes off. How come you won't let me sit on your couch? Because you won't take your shoes off. Pretty simple. So this is just another example of Christians not understanding respect and consent. That's all it is. They don't understand. See, you give them boundaries and then they cry and they complain and they cry, complain, and they do that. So it is called setting boundaries, serious business. Again, that sounds like you don't understand what that concept is about. So that's all we're asking for. All right, Kelvin Hines. Oh, this is the pastor from the other day. So let's see what Kelvin Hines has to say.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good. How about yourself?
Doing well, doing well.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
good
you
to
came
hear.
up the
That's
other
good.
day. And actually you DM'd me, yeah.
Yes,
saw
I
that.
did. Yes, I did.
So,
Okay, good.
okay. Are you still a Christian?
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm still a Christian.
Okay. All right. What's
Yes,
your
I am.
best evidence that God is not evil?
Well, my best evidence that God is not evil
Yeah.
is that one, he's never done anything evil.
He's
I
never done
haven't-
anything
I
evil.
haven't- He haven't done anything evil. Because my thing is for me to say that you're not evil. I can't say you're not evil until I've seen you done something evil to determine if you're evil or not.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Is everything in the Bible true?
I believe everything in the Bible is true.
And did everything that is described in the Bible happen exactly the way it was described?
No, not everything.
Not everything. Okay. What's an example of something that did not happen the way it was described in the Bible?
I think I can't give you a specific example, but I think because of how the Bible has been mistranslated through different things, that there's a lot of things we see, but it really doesn't mean that, but we see it, and so
Uh-huh.
we don't get an understanding of what it really means
Okay.
or what's really being said.
Okay. Did God create everything according to you?
Yes.
Okay.
God
So he
created
did
the
create
heavens and
everything. All right.
Yeah. Mhm.
And did he bring a global flood?
A global flood. Yes. You talk about the flood.
Yeah,
Yes.
he brought a global flood.
Yeah.
Got it.
Mhm.
Okay. And so in your mind, do you think that babies and pregnant women died in that flood?
I believe that babies and yes, I believe a lot of people died in that flood.
Babies and pregnant women, right?
Yes. Hmm.
Okay. So then what you're saying then, God killing babies and pregnant women was not evil.
Well, I don't look at it as God killed babies and pregnant women. I look at it as if disobedience caused the effect. Death became the effect of their disobedience. For me, it's like if you tell a child, you tell them don't do something as a parent, and they do it. You know, you say, "Hey, come on out of the house. It's on fire," and you don't come out of the house, and you stay in the house. Then it's not, you know, you being burnt is not a punishment. That's your disobedience of staying in the house.
You know, this reminds me of a movie that came out, I don't know, it was about 20 years ago. And it was with Jamie Foxx and Tom Cruise. I don't know can't remember the name of it, but Tom Cruise was a hitman, right? And Jamie
Right, I
Foxx
remember the movie.
was a
Yeah.
taxi driver, right?
Right.
And there
right.
was that one scene where Tom Cruise goes into that dance club and just takes everybody out, right? And Jamie Foxx is waiting outside, and then that body falls from the second
Right.
story onto the pavement. And Collateral, thank you. And what did so Jamie Foxx said, "You unalived him." And what did Tom Cruise say? "I didn't unalive him. The bullets in the fall did." That's exactly what I heard you just say. God
No,
didn't unalive
no.
anybody. It was the disobedience in the water that did.
No, it wasn't the disobedience in the water that did. It was just their disobedience. You know, if you're telling them a flood is coming, you know, if I'm telling you that is coming, this is what I'm telling you that is coming.
Where are they
and
gonna
you
go?
choose not to get in the boat. You see them building the boat. Now we're talking about the flood. This is what you're talking about. If you see me building a boat and I'm saying the flood is coming, now you know a flood is coming. You know a flood is coming, and you make a constant choice not to get in the boat. That's on you. The flood is coming. If I tell you that the house is going to burn down tomorrow, and you stay in the house, and I'm like, listen, the house is burning down tomorrow, and you're like, no, I don't believe you. I'm staying in the house. That's a choice that you made to stay in the house, knowing that the house is going to catch on fire.
Are you saying that Noah told everybody?
He preached to everyone that there's a flood coming.
He did.
Yes, he did.
Okay. So he told everybody it was a flood coming, right? And then nobody believed him, right?
Nobody believed him.
Did he build that boat big enough for everyone to fit on?
I can't answer. You know what? He built the boat, and you know nobody got on. Whether it was enough room or not, nobody got on.
Okay. Can you point out the verse exactly where it says that Noah told everybody?
I can't point out the exact verse right now.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Because I'm not aware of any verse that says that. I've read Genesis many times. I'm not aware of Noah preaching that there was going to be a flood. Now, he was building the boat, right? But it doesn't say anywhere in there that he told anybody why. He was just building the boat. So,
I you know what?
I don't
I
think he told
can't
anybody
say.
why.
I'm pretty sure there's scripture where it said that Noah preached that the flood was coming.
Yeah. I don't. Well, you know what? Maybe you can go back later and DM me and pull it. And if
Right.
it is, I'll retract it. I'll put it up on my live and say, yeah, I was wrong. Yeah.
Right. And if
Okay.
I can't find you, I'll DM you and tell you I can't find it. You know.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, you know, I'm real about what I'm doing, but I believe the word of God. You know,
Okay,
I
that's
believe
fair.
the word of God.
That's fair. Okay, so we don't know. Like, okay, so you can't tell us whether or not Noah actually preached this, because it sounds like God just only told Noah, go build a boat, and here's the dimensions and all that stuff. You also can't tell us whether or not more than 8 people could fit on that boat with all the animals, right? Can't tell us
Right.
that. So we don't know for sure, right?
True.
And
we don't know.
okay, yeah, we don't know for sure. So, so let's just say that God didn't tell everybody, like not everybody knew. Now that doesn't really change anything. Because even if he did tell somebody, I'm still trying to get to the point where what makes it morally justified to kill babies? Like what evil were the babies doing?
I don't see it morally justified killing babies. I see it, the Bible's, I see it people not making a choice, not
Okay.
making a choice to do something. And then, you can't say, oh, well, God killed them because they knew to get on the boat. They knew that a flood was coming.
Okay.
And so you can't say that God literally just killed them.
Okay. So what exactly then did the babies do to disobey God? Because you said it was disobedience, right? So how did the babies disobey God?
The babies didn't do anything to disobey God.
They didn't do anything.
But
okay.
If a parent is in the car with a baby and that parent is driving recklessly, then and he get in an accident because of what he's doing, there's a strong possibility that baby may get hurt or something.
Okay.
Because he's in the car with a parent that's driving recklessly.
Well, help me out, because this doesn't sound equivalent. Because now, did God send the flood?
Yeah, God sent the flood.
Okay, so the flood just didn't happen like happenstance, like a car accident did, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's not equivalent. God actually, God intentionally sent the flood. It wasn't accidental. He intentionally sent it, right?
I agree with you on that. with you on that. Yeah.
Okay. So if he intentionally sent the flood, does God have the power to spare babies?
He does have the power to spare babies.
He could have spared all the babies. He could have spared all the pregnant women, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So all the unborn babies, he could have spared them all.
He could have spared them all.
Okay. So then God killed the babies and the unborn babies.
I still won't go as far as say God killed the babies and the unborn babies.
Well, I mean, if you have to be honest about it, you'd have to say that, right? Because how else would they have died? How else would they have? I mean, would they have lived had God not sent the flood?
To say would they have lived, I can't say that. The Bible says that it is appointed unto man to die. So every last one of us has an appointment with death, whether that is when we're babies or 80 or 20.
That's a little dodgy. Yeah.
I'm just saying, but we all have an appointment with death.
Okay. So
now,
what other ways would the babies have died had God not sent the flood?
I can't really say that. I
can't say that. Yeah. Yeah. Because I mean, it's not
this
honest.
would have happened and that would have happened.
I mean, let's be honest. God sent the flood, and that was the direct result of everybody dying.
True.
Okay, so we can just say God killed the babies and the unborn babies. I mean, it's not comfortable for you to say it, but it's true, right?
Well, it's not because it's comfortable. It's in the manner of what you're trying to say. As if God is a killer. Death is a part of our life. We are going to die some type of way. In some type of age, every last one of us is going to die. As I said, the Bible said it is appointed unto man to die. Okay. Now, if there's certain things that we do that sin, the Bible said that the wages of sin is death, and so our sin can bring death in a horrifying way at times because of our sin. And then the Bible talks about in Hosea, because we rejected the truth. Amen. The Bible, I said amen like I'm preaching. I'm sorry, man. I just have a habit of saying that. But the Bible said because we reject, we reject the knowledge of God or the truth of God, and because of that, our children will pay a price of that because of our disobedience.
Interesting. So then what you're saying then is, it was morally good for God to bring the flood that resulted in all the babies and unborn babies dying.
I wouldn't say it was morally good.
It wasn't morally good? Is everything
morally good?
Okay. Is everything God does good?
I believe everything that God does is good.
Okay. So then the flood that God brought that killed all the babies and the unborn babies was good.
The flood that God brought was for his reason. Now,
was it good though?
The effect of it, yeah, it was good.
Okay, so it was good. Okay.
It was good.
Okay. So
But
if
I'm
I
not
hear
saying it
if
was
I hear
good
what you're
that
saying,
everybody died.
yeah. But if I hear what you're saying, well, it's not good that everybody died. So if the flood, but the flood was good, but everybody dying was not good.
Yeah, the flood did not come to kill everybody.
It didn't come to kill everybody.
It didn't come to
What did
kill
it come to
everybody.
do?
You know, whatever God sent the flood for, I can't pinpoint it, but I know it wasn't like this wasn't like I'm gonna get rid of all of y'all, because really he didn't have to send a flood to do that. If he's
Yeah,
God,
he could have
didn't
just
have
snapped
to
his fingers, right?
he
And
could have just
just
snapped his
ended
finger
everybody.
and
Yeah.
everybody would have been gone. So I know for a fact he did not send the flood to kill everybody, but he also gave everybody an opportunity to repent and get on the boat.
Okay.
And they choose not to.
Okay. So, but we don't have any scripture that says that he gave them an opportunity to get on the boat.
I can't
don't have any-
locate that scripture right
Okay.
now.
We can't. All
I'm
right.
not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying in my mind right now,
Okay.
I can't locate that scripture.
Let's take a look at Genesis 6, verse 7. Let's take a look at that real quick.
Okay.
Yeah. So Genesis 6, verse 7. Oh, yeah. And by the way, you had said in the DM that I was afraid of you. You still think I'm afraid of you?
Well, I don't think you're afraid of me. I just think you didn't give me an opportunity. Like you just cut me off. And I just like, man,
Yeah.
why? Because I've heard you got in conversation with people where y'all went all over the place, just like the one you were just with. I'm like, man, so I said what I said, just a quick little thing, and you cut me off, but then yet you stayed online with all of these other people.
Because I didn't want to go all over the place again. Yeah.
Because I believe that, a lot of
Pokey.
people, even the Christians that was on, had no idea what they was talking about,
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
so
granted.
I don't believe that every Christian, because they're Christian, that they understand the word of God and they know the word of God.
Okay. So verse 7 here says, so the Lord said, I will blot out from the earth the humans I have created. So what does that mean?
I think it, from my knowledge, it means that he will get rid of the humans that he created.
Kill them.
True. Okay. We'll say that.
So it's okay. And so, for I am sorry that I've made them, but Noah found favor in the sight of the Lord. And so if we go to 13 and says, and God said to Noah, I have determined to make an end of all flesh, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. Now I'm going to destroy them along with the earth.
Okay.
Okay. So he was intending to kill everybody. So
Okay.
back
you
to,
said- yeah.
okay. So back to what I originally said, God killed all the babies and the pregnant women.
Destroyed them. Yeah.
Killed them. All right.
Yeah. I would say that. Okay.
Okay. So it was good for God to do that.
That was good in his sense of doing it.
Okay.
We don't all understand death and whatever. So in our mindset, we look at it like, oh, that was evil for him to do that. That was evil for him to do
Okay.
that. But that
So-
was it's
Oh, I'm
his
sorry.
creation.
Go ahead. Finish.
It's his creation. And so when he wasn't doing that out of, I'm getting rid of all of y'all. He's doing that out of, he created us for a reason, and we was not walking in that reason that he created us.
Okay. So help me understand then. In situations where God decides to kill everybody, that's good.
Is God to say it's good on what we consider good and evil? We would say that's evil because based on what we say good is evil.
Okay.
But
But is it good or
God-
is it evil? I'm just asking you if it's good or evil, like objectively.
I would say it's good.
It's objectively good. So when God kills somebody, it's objectively good.
When God does what he does, it's good.
It's good.
Whatever that is.
Gotcha. Okay. So genocide, when God does genocide, it's good. Got it. Okay. So let's move on to 2 Samuel 12. So when God allows rape, is that good?
When God allows rape,
Yeah.
to say God allows rape, I can't say that God allows rape.
You can't say he
Again,
allows rape? Okay.
I think I'd say that things
Okay.
happen because of sin.
Okay.
God gave us a choice,
Things
and
happen
things
because of
happen
sin.
because of sin.
Gotcha. Okay. So help me out here.
Okay.
Let's help me out here. A super chat. As the survivor of domestic abuse, X any all, theists like the pastor really grind my gears with their despicable excuses for the biggest abuser of all, Yahweh. Yeah, I hear you, X any all. You have anything to say about that?
But see, but here's the thing. If you don't believe in God, then why accuse somebody of something that you don't even believe that person exists? You know, for me to accuse you of robbing a bank, but yet then on the other hand, I don't believe that you even exist. How can that be?
Okay.
You know, how can I? You know what I'm saying? How can
Mhm.
I can have
Yeah.
a problem with you robbing a bank, but then I don't even believe you exist too.
Got it. So when I read a story, like read a book or I watch a movie, there's usually a bad, there's a lot of times there's an antagonist in the movie, right? And
Mhm.
you would agree with that. And a lot of times that
Yeah.
antagonist is what we would consider to be a bad person, an evil person, right?
Mhm.
Now that doesn't mean they exist, right? Like for
Right.
example, Superman and Lex Luthor, right? Lex Luthor. So are we saying that we can't determine whether or not Lex Luthor is bad unless he actually exists?
Well, I don't think you can compare it to that because you're watching a movie and watching a movie there are fictional characters. There are
Oh, I know
characters
God's. Yeah, I do the same
you know
thing
what
when I
I'm
read
saying?
the Bible. It's all to me.
And
It's all
so
fictional. Yeah, it's all fictional to me.
it's like that.
But I
So
can,
I
but I
mean,
can make
but
I can make a moral judgment about it, can't I?
but everyone watching the movie know that it's fiction. Okay.
Okay.
It's
Why
not.
why
It's
does
not
that make a
why-
difference? What difference does that
because
make? Why does
because
everyone have to know that it's fictional or not fictional for me to
because we know
determine
it
whether or
by
not it's bad?
I don't say to determine that it's bad or good, but I'm saying determine as the fact that we know that person in that situation really doesn't exist.
Okay.
No matter
So
who we are, we know
again,
that doesn't exist.
okay. So I know that Lex Luthor doesn't exist. I know that the Christian God doesn't exist, right? And so now other gods, I'm a little less certain, but I'm pretty certain the Christian God doesn't exist. But I can still say what that God did was bad, right? Like just like I can say when Lex
Yeah,
Luthor
you can.
tries to drop a nuclear bomb onto Metropolis, I can say he's bad.
True, you can.
Okay, there we go. All right. So let's go back to 2 Samuel 12. And I'm sure you're familiar with the story of David and Bathsheba, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, by the way, chat, I need to do a correction. I misspoke yesterday about this. Because Born Again Atheist said, "Oh, this is the baby dying was the first thing that happened," and actually she was right. I disagreed with her, and I said, "No, that's not what happened." And it was a mistake on my part. What I was thinking was the command that the Lord put down, or the prophecy, if people want to call it that. I was thinking that was first, and then the baby dying, and then what happened with Absalom. But actually, as I thought about it, what she meant was the actions that happened. So yes, she is right. The baby died first. So I just wanted to correct that. So, okay. But if we go to 2 Samuel 12, Kelvin, you still with us? Just by the way, Kelvin, you have to come back to the app. The app has to be active on your phone so I can hear you. Otherwise I can't hear you. Oh, I thought I had you up, Welsh. There we go. Okay, you back, Kelvin?
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, okay. So let's talk about real quick. Let's talk about consent real quick.
Okay.
So what is your idea of consent as far as like having a sex partner? What does consent mean?
Consent means that you agree to that person, you being with that person.
Yeah.
Both agree.
Yeah. Okay. And so, and so if you don't agree, what do we call it then?
We would call that rape, or
We call that
something.
rape, right? And now, do you have to actually say I don't agree, or can it be for it to be grape, or can you just not say anything and it can be grape?
No, you have to say it.
You have to actually say
You have to
either.
actually say it.
Oh, you're saying that that a person has to say no, I don't agree, and then it's grape. So, like for example, if you see a woman that's asleep in a bed, it's okay to do things to her.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I got you. No, it's not okay. I got
Oh,
you.
okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so in order for consent to happen, the person has to actually actively agree, right?
Right. Yes.
Okay, great. Because I use a 5-finger test. It's called Fry's. It's the Fry's model for consent. First one is freely given, reversible. Reversible. Oh my goodness, I'm drawing a blank. Reversible. Give me the eye, chat. I just said this yesterday, so I know it, but I'm old, so things. Informed. Thank you. Informed. So freely given, reversible, informed, enthusiastic, and specific. So all five of those have to be present in order for there to be consent. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I agree.
Fantastic. Okay. So now when we look at what happened to the wives, the other part of this is, in what circumstance, Kelvin, is it okay, morally good, I should say, in what circumstance is it morally good to punish someone who doesn't commit the sin in place of someone who did commit the sin?
Can you say that again? You said what?
In what circumstances is it morally good to punish someone who did not commit a wrongdoing or a sin or a crime, whatever you want to call it,
Yeah.
in place of someone who did commit said crime / sin / wrongdoing? Like, for example, there's none. Okay. Okay. Fantastic. And under what circumstances is it morally good to grape somebody for punishment?
This is none.
It's not. Okay.
Not one
Fantastic. All right. So now that we have those pieces in place. Oh, and Dylan 199 super chat. Bible says how big the ark was in Genesis 6:15. Thank you for that. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So I'm just going to go skip to verse 11 because you and I are both familiar with what happened. And actually the chat has seen this many times before, so they're familiar. So it says, thus says the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. So let's take this, I will take your wives. Now, if we recall the 5-finger test for consent, do we see consent here at all from the wives?
No, we don't see no consent at all.
We don't see consent. Okay, so if God takes the wives and gives them to the neighbor and the neighbor lies with the wives, if there's no consent, it's grape, right?
Right.
Fantastic. Okay, so then you had said earlier, under no circumstance is it morally good to grape somebody as punishment, right? And this is punishment because David did his thing with Bathsheba, unalived Uriah to try to get away with it, and then he got Bathsheba pregnant, right? So this is a punishment, right?
Right.
Okay, so then that means that God punished the wives in place of David because David committed all the transgressions. The wives did not.
Okay, I see where you're going.
All right. So are you saying then, was this good or was this not good?
Well, let me say this. Again, I go back to
go.
where you say, what's good? No, I'm not trying to make any excuse because we having a good dialogue right here. I've listened to you talk to other people and y'all be all over the place, So I'm not trying to make any, but I say this right here is that a lot of times we take scriptures out of content for what's really being said and what's really going on and what's taking place. Okay. We do know, and I heard you say this the other day, concerning the Greek and Hebrew, the Bible was not written in English.
Of course,
not written.
You're right.
So
I agree.
A lot of things has been taken out of content and misinformed and misspoken, and so that's why we have to study to go back. The Bible says, "Study to show thyself approved unto God."
Okay.
Workman need to not be ashamed. Rightly dividing the word of truth. Rightly getting in the word and really seeing what's going on, how this was said, what was meant, and everything.
Okay. I got you, Kelvin. Because I had a rabbi on here yesterday, and so he kind of took us through the lexicon of will take, and he said it wasn't that interesting, but he did say it was in like it could be in the sense of he said this is pretty much when it says take, it means take, like it means like seize, or it means to like pick up. He said it could mean those things, right? And so in this sense, are you saying then we should regard this in a different way than what it means here? When it says God will take the wives, what's another possible way that we can see this?
I to say another possible way exactly, I don't know.
Okay.
But I do know that, a lot of times we just see things on black and white, and we see what we see and say, okay, this what that means. And we run with it right there without getting an understanding. The Bible says that except a man is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God, or which he cannot see. He will never understand what God is doing, why God is doing. You have to be born again. You have to be born of the Spirit to really understand the Bible, to understand the Word of God.
Okay, I understand. So if what you're saying then is when it says here, I will take your wives, and you and I already agreed the wives did not give consent here.
Right.
And so God taking the wives, giving them to the neighbor, and then the neighbor having sex with the wives without their consent, it is or it is not rape. Because it sounds like you can help me understand this. So is this or is this not rape?
I would say if we look at it with how we're looking at it, how you're looking at it, yeah, we would call that rape.
Okay. What other way can you look at this then?
But then my thing is go back to what I said as far as, okay, let's get a better understanding of what's really being said, how this was spoken. Again, the Bible was not written in English. And so there was a lot of myths, for an example, in John, where the Bible talks about, not John, but in Timothy, where the Bible talks about women be silenced, and so a lot of Christians, a lot of people mindset is, women can't preach in church, not understanding that's not what that scripture was saying.
Okay.
It was speaking of the fact that women was asking questions in church, and Paul was telling Timothy to have your women to be quiet. So
we're running down on time, so I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're kind of running low on time. But I want to. So then, can you help us? Okay, so if it's not grape, what is this then? So taking a wife without her consent, giving her to the neighbor, and the neighbor having sex with her without consent. If it's not grape, what is it?
I'm not saying it's not rape.
Okay.
I'm saying that we have to get a better understanding of the scripture and what it's really saying.
Okay. So so what would help me understand this? What should I know about this to understand that it's not grape? Because it's either you already said it's grape, right? Is there any other way you can read this where it's not grape? Just as it says. I can't. Yeah. Take your wives without consent. Give them to the neighbor without consent. Neighbor lies with them without consent. That's okay. So to me, that looks like grape. To you, that looks like grape. So we can kind of finish with this. So in that sense, if you had said earlier that everything God does is good, now you would agree that God allowed this to happen. At minimum, he allowed this to happen. I would go as far as to say he commanded this, but people push back on me, but you would agree at minimum, he allowed this to happen, right?
I wouldn't agree with that.
You wouldn't agree with that. Okay. No. So could God have stopped this?
Could God stop it? Yes, but then
so he allowed it to happen.
We haven't got the understanding of, is that what's really being said? If that's what it means, you know.
So this event here, I'm just asking you, if God could have stopped it, then and he didn't, that means he allowed it to continue.
True.
Okay, then. So he allowed this to happen. By all accounts, this looks like grape. All right. And you can't really tell us what it is other than grape when we read it. So I can't conclude any other way except to say it's grape. All right. So that being said, since we're at the end here, I'll do the vote. Maybe you can stay longer. I don't know. But it sounds like this was good for God to allow this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Actually, I'm not going to do a vote. I'm just going to part ways here, Kelvin. I
Yeah.
appreciate
I
you coming
enjoyed
up.
talking to you, man. I really enjoyed talking to you today,
Yeah.
man.
All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your day, Calvin. Thank
Okay,
you.
you too. Bye-bye.
All right.
I did not enjoy listening to that guy.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, how's your day going?
It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. Oh my goodness. What a way to start the
That
day.
was-
Wow.
That was awful.
That was awful. Yeah.
Oh,
That was terrible.
Hol-
See, it was
yeah,
interesting.
Holy
Yeah. It was interesting, chat,
holy
because
shit.
the last time he came up last week and he came up and he said, well, I don't really, because I had, what's your evidence that God is real? And I had just had a conversation with somebody pulling teeth about, I don't have any evidence. And we went round and round and I was kind of exhausted from that. So when he came up and he said, well, I don't really have any evidence, I'm like, well, I don't want to have this conversation again. So I was like, I just spawn killed him. I was like, okay, look, I can't do this again. So have a nice day. And then he DM'd me saying, he kind of complained and he said, look, I know it's your live, but it's not really fair that you did that. And I think you're afraid of me because I'm a pastor. And I was like, no, I'm not afraid of you. And see, there's nothing to be afraid of.
Wait, God's favorite violation of causality is the only way you can mock God.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
What
I
about
don't-
causality?
Yeah, violation of
What-
causality is the only way you can mock God. So violation of causality. No, this is grape. God's favorite.
Yeah, we're talking
This is
about-
grape.
We're talking about grape.
Yeah. Yeah. So- Who the fuck is afraid of a goddamn pastor? Nobody. Well, I'm not. I'm not. So, yeah. 2 Samuel
Yeah.
12. No,
Yeah,
I'm
usually
going
I
to
do
table
not
this for
blame
now.
you.
Yeah, I'm going to table this for now.
Yeah.
We're going to go to something else. Oh no, I'll bring up something else evil. You guys got to be prepared for that. So,
Yeah,
because
no,
there's
but,
lots of things I can talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
mean-
And 3 Pips called it out correctly also. Yeah, there was a lot of sus follows in the follow list. And I was going to get to that, but
Really?
but now we know why. Yeah. A lot of thirst traps.
Okay.
So there's no running.
Okay.
I'll
I
cook
mean,
you on this.
like-
Sanjo, you cannot guard me on this. You just saw me dunk on a pastor for 30 minutes. You just saw me like I just treated him like Jordan down in the paint. So
Yeah.
let's not go there.
That definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I know
makes
you're
sense
just
as
trying to
far as-
bait me. You're trying to bait me, Sanjo, but we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about something else that's shitty. So be prepared. I know you've done your research, but you still can't beat me with that. So, but I know you're just trying to bait me, and that tells me you're not a real Christian either, because you don't read your Bible. So this is it's going to be easy. Not Jay. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. Can I get your name, age, and pronouns, please?
Jay, and I'm 57. And any pronoun I want,
Any
Cool.
pronoun you want, as long as it's a pronoun.
I pick handsome and
That's not a
And
pronoun.
funny.
It's a descriptor.
When's the last time you took
They're
an
my
English
neo-
class?
they're my neo pronouns.
Not Jay. Do you know?
They're
what
my neo
pronouns?
pronouns. I just
Yeah.
invented them.
Neo
Yeah,
pronouns
okay.
Are not
That's
the same
okay. So
thing as
we don't
neo-pronoun.
do transphobia here. So do you want to have a real
about
conversation or
Zimmenzer.
Zimmenzer?
Jay-
Okay,
Jay.
those are your
Zimmenzer.
pronouns. No,
Cool.
it's
Cool.
fine,
That
Welsh.
sounds
We
good.
could do Zimmenzer. That's fine.
No, I
Zimmenzer.
said that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
those
fine.
are actual
Zimmenzer's fine.
neo-pronouns.
Okay, thank you for
How
that.
about de viri no praeviri?
Yeah,
Comrade.
Zimmenzer. Okay, so all right, we're not going to make a mockery of this. All right.
Yeah.
So if you want to have a serious conversation about it, about the topic, we can do that. All right. But I'm not going to go back and forth about this. All right. It's like a 2-second question and answer.
You know what
we
I
don't
just
have to
said in
drag this
Russian?
out.
It has nothing to do with pronouns.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't speak Russian. So this is an English
I
only
said
channel.
trust.
Do you
I
want to
said
go?
trust
Do you
but
want to
verify.
go? Do you want to go? Do you want to go join a Russian live? You can do that. Go find a Russian live and
It's-
join that. But
Your name is an old Russian proverb. What I just said was trust but verify.
I hear you. I hear that. But I don't know that. All right.
Now you
Okay.
do.
Oh, great. Great. Okay. Which God do you believe in?
The God who identified himself as I am, the all-knowing, all-loving, all-good God, the triomni God.
Okay.
Okay,
That's the Christian
that's
God?
a Christian
Yes.
God, or okay, cool. So just
Fantastic.
say that next time,
All right. What's your best evidence that God is
Ooh,
real?
potentially.
I thought that the best evidence of that God is not evil.
I'm sorry. God is not evil. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. People make mistakes. I would say that because what he created us, not because he had to, but he created us out of an overflowing of love.
He created
And,
us out of. How do you know that's true?
Because if you have an all-knowing, all complete, all-loving God, then he would lack for nothing, and so he would not need to create us. The only reason he could create us is out of love,
How do you know he's all loving?
as evidenced in Scripture, the Magisterium of the Church, the Catechism, the encyclicals, my personal experience, the personal experience of 2 billion of my brothers and sisters.
Okay. How do we know any of that's true?
How do we know that's true?
Yeah,
Well, like I
because
said,
I've got from other people's personal experience, this God doesn't exist. From other people's personal experience, the Hindu gods exist. From other people's personal experience, the Norse gods exist. So then, if
You're
we're just going to
asking-
go with personal experience, that means every God exists. Congrats. So then, if every God exists, then how is
My
that
best
possible?
evidence. You're asking me what's my best evidence that God is not evil?
Yeah.
I told you which God that I believe to be true. Now I can give you reasons why he is and isn't evil. But if you want to talk about does God exist and which is the right one, that's a completely different conversation.
Okay.
Not
Are all
continuing
beliefs
the problem.
true?
Are all beliefs true?
Yeah.
Obviously not.
Okay, so you just saying it's what I believe to be true. All right. Well, then if it's just based on your belief, then that's not really evidence, right? Because you already said not all beliefs are true, but my belief that it's true is my evidence, but we can't accept that as evidence. So how is that evidence?
That's not what I said. What I said was it was a combination of what I read in Scripture, what I read in the Magisterium of the Church, the Catechism, also the papal encyclicals and bulls, and then the experience of 2 billion of my brothers and sisters. So
Okay.
if you're going to quote me right.
Okay. So what you're saying then is, well, no, I just did a comparison. So I did a symmetrical comparison because again, other people have experiences where that don't match your experiences. So if you're going to go by experiences of 2 billion people, well, there's over 8 billion people on this planet and 6 billion other people don't have the same experience. So are you doing this from popularity? So just because something's popular makes it true?
So I didn't say it was solely, here's where you misconstrued what I said. I didn't say it was solely on the experiences of my 2
I didn't
billion
misconstrue.
brothers and
I'm testing what you're saying.
sisters. I said it was a combination of all those things.
Okay.
That's what I said.
Okay, so if we take so it's a combination. So if we take one out, is one thing evidence that God is not evil, or does it all have to be together?
I would suggest to you that it is a combination of all those things. You asked me why I personally don't believe God is evil, and I said it's a combination of all those things.
Okay, so if one of those things is suspect, does your evidence still hold?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
I didn't. That's a different question.
Yeah. So what are you talking about? The thing that still holds?
If one of the combination of things doesn't hold water, are you saying your evidence is still solid?
Well, ask a straightforward question. Which thing are we talking about?
Well, we'll test one of the things, but I'm just asking you before we get
Ask
there.
a straightforward question, and I'll give you a straightforward answer.
I just asked you a straightforward question. How about you just answer it? Yes or no?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. But
Okay. Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right. Fantastic. Okay. So is everything in the Bible true?
In matters of faith and theology, absolutely. But the Bible is a collection of many different books written over many different years by many different authors.
Okay.
So it depends on which book you're talking about. Some of it's poetry, some of it's history, some of it's allegory, some of it is song, some of it's instruction. So, I mean, that'd be like asking me, is poetry true? Well, how would you answer that? How would you answer if a poem is true?
Are events in the Bible that occur true?
One of my favorite poems, Oh Wet Pet. That's it. Is
All right.
that true? Is that true?
Okay, I asked you a different question. Is everything, are events that occur in the Bible true?
And I answered that. It's true in matters of theology and in theological message conveyed. If it's given to
Well,
different people at different levels of
according to
understanding,
theology,
it's going to be
everything that
explained
is
differently. But yes, it's all based in truth.
It's all based on
well,
truth.
according to theology, can I just say one thing? According
I'm
to
sorry, am I
theology,
talking to the host or am I talking to a group of people?
well, I
No,
have
you're
something
talking to one
add.
other person here. This is my
I
friend,
have something to
Wells
add.
biologist. Yeah, he's just asking you a question.
Two people are a group. Go on.
Anyway, according to theology, to my current understanding of it, which I'm a biologist, not a theologist, so I don't know the entire study of it. Miracles and things that are supernatural are completely allegory, including Jesus' resurrection.
No, I would say that the resurrection of Jesus is literal.
Okay, how did you determine that it's
Well,
literal?
according to theology, it's
I rely on
Only
Scripture.
one.
I rely on the Catholic Church, the magisterium of the Church, the Catechism, the Church Fathers such as Origen, Augustine, Ignatius. He's a good
I see
one.
you.
Aquinas.
Uh-huh.
So I
those are just
heavily rely on their teaching.
evidences.
Okay.
Those are just evidences.
Early
for
kick poll
him
has been
existing.
triggered, so I'm starting to kick poll. All right, keep
I
going.
mean, that's evidence of him existing, which I mean,
Running.
What?
Yeah, kick pole so he could run away.
Yeah,
No,
'cause you're
that's what
running,
that's what
actually.
the chat did. Chat doesn't like you.
Oh,
I'm not going to do
are
anything.
you in
'cause I-
control of
'cause I
your
will.
channel? Trust but
I
verify. Are you?
control the process, not the outcome. So, do you walk into people's houses and when they ask you to take off your shoes, you refuse, or do you respect the rules of the fucking house? Which one is it? Do you question things of what people do in their house?
I'm just asking what the rules are.
Okay.
I didn't know if you.
I asked you a
control your-
question. Do you walk into people's houses and question what they do in their house?
Well, actually, if I was going to walk in the house, I'd say, "Should I take my shoes off?" To clarify.
Oh, okay.
what
So
the
you're
rules-
respectful in the house. You don't fucking question rules, right?
No.
Okay,
well, I have-
perfect. So, okay, so you have a modicum, you have some idea of how to behave, right? So this is my house, right? Because
And
I pay the
you
rent
just-
here. I'm the one that's
Yep.
responsible for things here. This is the thing, chat. Why don't fucking Christians get this? This is not their house. They don't make the rules here. I make the motherfucking rules. This is my motherfucking house. You don't get
Hey,
that.
Before we kick you guys,
Calm
All right.
down.
Well, you've been
Before we kick you guys-
you've been kicked. So
Wait,
have a
Trust,
good
please,
day.
Please, I have one.
All right.
I
So
wanted to ask if he was Darth Dawkins because he sounds like him.
yeah, but no, it's just he's definitely not. But the one thing is that people don't understand this is that this is not your house. You don't get to dictate rules here. Okay? This is my house.
Yeah.
People don't understand that. You know, I can have pleasant conversations. I had a pleasant conversation with Kelvin. It was a very pleasant conversation. But when people come up here and they try to dictate things because they don't like how things are going, you know what? You're welcome to go start your own live. And then, you know, to the 2 people who will watch you, you can do whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. Okay? But when you come into my house, oh, no, I would have cooked you, not Jay. I was getting ready to cook you. You're just an ass. That's all it is. So, yeah.
No, I forget who it was. Me and someone else
Let's
thought
bring
it
up
might have
another
been
one.
Darth.
Let's bring up another shit talker. Let's see if he's still in the queue.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
No, he's not there. He left. Okay. So
yeah,
that
not
guy
Jay.
left.
Are you Darth Dawkins? You sound like him.
Not Jay? No, he's not Darth Dawkins. I know that for a fact.
I don't know. All right,
Yeah.
All right.
But
He just.
but see,
he
this
sounds
is
a lot like him.
well, this is
Well, it's the old Southern accent. I
people
think.
like Not Jay are the reason I left Catholicism. You know, because of people like Not Jay. They're insufferable fucking people. They're people that you cannot
My
stand.
mic is low.
Yeah, there's people that you cannot stand. There's people that you just don't like. And there's just too many of those people in a Catholic church. That's part of the reason why I left.
J Packer, what?
All right, let's go to Thomas. How's it going, Thomas?
Good. How you doing, man?
Good, good. Can I get your age and pronouns, please?
51 years old, and I'm a him.
You're
And
him.
I do got to give you some kudos. You're a very intelligent guy. You speak well.
Oh, thanks. All right. I appreciate that. All right. Can you tell me which God you believe in?
Oh, yeah, the God of the Bible, the Judeo-Christian God.
All right. Thank you. And what is your best evidence that God is not evil?
That's a pretty loaded question. Actually, I just had a quick perfection. My best evidence that he's not evil is that he's just the postulates of my life and what I've observed. He's been good to me,
Okay.
even through bad things.
Based
So,
on your
for
observation?
my,
Okay.
yeah, just for my internal, for sure.
All right.
But I
You
did have
said-
a quick question before.
Yeah, absolutely.
If it's
Go ahead.
okay.
Ask. Yeah,
Hey,
absolutely.
just go-
Ask.
I've been following you kind of a little bit, just watching your conversation with the pastor. And I thought it was really, really good points you brought up. Because to be honest, I had struggles being raised as a Christian. You know, I did what a lot of people, I know you said you left because of different things and different people. You left Catholic because of your experience. And so me, I kind of had to go, is this real or isn't it? Is it BS, or not? Right.
Well,
So
that was the main
my
reason
big
I
thing
left,
is-
but what made it easier were all the assholes in the Catholic Church. Yeah.
Right. And I think questions like these, some of these tough, you bring up some tough things. I mean, obviously it's in the Bible, so hey, it's fair game, right? So put it out there and there better be an answer for it. So I like that about, and that's kind of what I came from. So, just
Wait, hold on.
examining kind of what
I
you're,
gotta stop.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I gotta stop things. I'm gonna pause your timer because we have a law to follow. So everybody who doesn't know this, whenever Hammy joins the live, Hammy is required by law. The chat voted on it. He's required to give us a reading, and I gotta pull up my entrance music. So that's what we do. That's what we do here. And so Hammy is here. Oh, there's my entrance music. How serendipitous. So
A reading of what?
whatever he chooses.
All right. Cool.
Welcome, Hammy. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you doing today?
Doing well. It's good to see you. It's good to see you.
Yes. The reading I chose kind of went along with the last guest that was here.
Okay.
So it's from the Havamal, and it says, "A wise man is not showy about his wisdom. He guards it carefully. He is silent when he comes to a stranger's home. Harmsome befalls the watchful man, for you can never have a more faithful friend than a good supply of wisdom. The watchful guest, when he arrives for a meal, should keep his mouth shut, listen with his ears, and watching with his eyes. This is how the wise man finds his way."
Fantastic. Well said. Well said. And thank you for that, Hammy.
You have a great voice. You should do voice acting.
good job, Hammy.
I agree. You should get with Zach. Zach Lazar Hoffman.
I already have.
Oh,
Me
you
and
already
him.
have. That's fantastic. All right. That's fantastic. Awesome. Okay. Thanks for waiting, Thomas. So we'll restart the clock. Okay, where were we?
Yeah, no problem. That was really good. So no, we're just re-examining the concubines thing and the rape thing. I'd looked at this before because as any Christian, the ones that say they don't struggle with it, obviously, how could you not struggle with the whole context of this, right? So we don't run from it. But my big thing was, there was a couple things. I wanted to throw the first one at you, which doesn't quite fit textually, but it does from a world perspective, is that, you have the hall pass. And a lot of women like this, oh, I'd have Brad Pitt if I had a hall pass, and the guy has, maybe Angelina Jolie or whatever when I was growing up.
Yeah.
And we all have a hall pass for a relationship. But Absalom in the Bible was the most beautiful man or handsome man in all the land. And I always and I always consider, these 10 or secondary wives, they were just concubines. You would figure they were much younger. And how much did they really get of the king? And especially had to wait their turn, And I always kind of thought, and a point that did bring up, would it have been that horrible to have, relations with Brad Pitt, especially if they're the ones that are dumped off and left, and the prettier wives or the better wives are taken away, and they're left there to clean the house, and then they're like, hey, man, we get some on the side. I mean, especially from the most beautiful man on the planet. But just one thought. But
Yeah, I hear
so
that. I hear that.
Yes.
so that might not have been as bad as especially if you're a secondary 10th concubine, and you're like, hey, why does he get all these wives and I don't get another man? I mean, is that fair in its own right? I mean, you'd be kind of like, for the women, hey, maybe you get to have a younger, nice, strong man with beautiful hair and that kind of stuff. So is it horrible, or was there some enjoyment? Now, that doesn't go along with Christian context, so I'm putting that aside. I just wanted your thoughts on that because you're a real intelligent guy.
Yeah,
I was kind of curious.
I hear that. Yeah, and I think what you're referring to is 2 Samuel 15, where it talks
Yes,
about after Absalom took power and all that stuff. Well, see, here's the thing. What I asked someone to do yesterday, because they brought this up, what I asked them to do was, okay, well, specifically show me a passage that specifically says that the wives said, yes, Absalom, take me, or yes, Absalom, let's do this. Let's go in a tent in front of everybody and do this. And he wasn't able to do that. And so I think, and so that's why I bring up specifically, that's why I lead with the 5-finger test for consent, because we don't see that anywhere in the Bible.
You're right. I agree with those, and I did hear those, and that's why I preferenced it with that. I didn't know you'd kind of discuss that. It was just a second thought that I had had. We just look at world views. I was like, well, okay, maybe it was rape, but how bad was it? One of those things. But I understand.
Yeah.
But my other greater context to it, as I'm looking at this, all through the Bible, when we actually look at it, I've always thought it's interesting that even the very basis that the predicament we're in would also fit this narrative. So Adam, it says, by one man, Adam, sin entered the world, right? And then that's why we're all born into sin, which in itself seems unfair. David was the king of Israel. He was blessed by God. He was chosen by God. And his actions always have consequences, but not only for himself, but for his kingdom and for his family. And all through the Bible, when they swallowed up in the desert, if somebody stole something, he hid it under his tent, that not only unalived him, but he unalived their family. And it was kind of a thing that always has been that way. And for me, looking at it, I know we don't like it, but it can contextualize even our children. If I don't go to work and feed my children, I mean, they will starve. Physically, they will wither away, and they'll pay for my decisions. If I'm lazy and a drunkard, or you know what I mean? So him being in a position of authority, and then he does this thing, God allows natural consequences in sin, and it's even more pronounced because he's in a position that, hey, and he wanted to hurt David just as much. Like, hey, we all know if our wives violated, how bad does that hurt us, right?
Okay. Now, wouldn't you say, Thomas, that that there was a Mosaic law in place to take care of adultery and murder? They already had that in place,
yes,
right?
there was.
Yeah. So David should have been stoned to death, right?
You're
for
correct.
What he did. And now, wouldn't you consider that a more of a natural consequence than what God put down?
Yeah, and so that's there again, that God's showing mercy, which seems strange to us because he had a plan for him, right?
Okay, so help me out with this. Are you telling me that graping wives who had nothing to do with what David did is God showing mercy?
Unaliving.
Well, you were saying that David not being. Oh, somebody's talking.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, let me just get this question answered, and then others can chime in. But yeah, I just need to. Are you saying, because it was mercy? You're saying it was merciful to David. Where was the mercy on the wives?
David, that he wasn't stoned. I thought your question was, should he have been stoned?
Well, you're saying it was merciful, but we have to look at it from an entire lens, right? So I'm focused on the grape of the wives, and we keep trying to shift it to David. But the fact of the matter is, this happened to the wives, right? And I'm trying to understand from you why that was good for God to do.
No, I definitely agree. And I don't think God, even when he enacts punishment or lets consequences come, that he doesn't say it's good, right? That's
okay.
Consequences are bad. So no, it wasn't good for the wives. And we all agree upon that. And I don't think, and I'm with you, I don't think that they thought it was good, because even them, it had been disgraced. They're in the palace, all that kind of stuff. And It says after that he put them away and never had relations with them again, right?
Okay.
So yeah. But my point being that just like our children, they pay for the decisions of the authority over them.
Okay.
And God's all through that, through the Bible. So that I understand that we don't like it and there's consequences, and it seems unfair to us, but that's part of an authorship.
Okay.
Even we see that even today, right?
All
Our
right, so
government, if they make, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, let's do a bit of a symmetry here. So if we have a judge who consistently sentences people, like people who commit crimes, and consistently sentences their female loved ones, like their wives or their sisters or their daughters or their mothers, to be raped for that person committing the crime, would we say that would that be a good judge or an evil judge if this judge has a history of doing that?
All right, no, that would be a bad judge, but I think
be a
the
bad
context
judge.
are missing.
Yeah.
But if somebody, but the guy who does if the judge shows somebody in jail for breaking a law, and then his children pay for it because he can no longer work and provide food for him, then they're paying for the sin. That's a good judge by punishing him, the person, and then his kids will pay for that because he can no longer
It's
provide.
not an
for
equivalent though.
So-
That's not what happened here. We're not talking about like an unintended consequence, right? This is not an unintended consequence. This is God saying what will happen, right? This is God actually doing something. It says, "I will take the wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor." This isn't, David, you did a bad thing, and so what's just going to happen is this is going to happen. God said, "I will take your wives," right? He said that. So it's not a matter of the judge saying, "Well, I'm going to put you in jail," and as a side effect, your kids, you're not going to be able to provide for your kids, and they're going to go on public assistance. That's an unfortunate consequence. That's an unfortunate happening that's going to happen. That's not what happened here. It is God specifically giving the wives a punishment in place of David.
Okay, so my only pushback, just because I want your thoughts on this, God did not force Absalom's sin. That's what we'd be claiming. What happens is sin happens as a result, and he allowed. So David, and what's amazing is David understood the distinction. So if we go to Psalms 119:75, and I'm curious about because I'm sure nobody's brought this up, but David himself did not think it was unjust. He says, "I know, O Lord, that your judgments are righteous, and that in faithfulness you have afflicted me." So he understands that he made the decision and the consequences that his family, his loved ones are going to pay for the sin he did. And I think we observe that even as, so to be faithful to the context of it, he understood and still praised God all through Psalms and understood that if he makes a bad decision, those under him are going to pay for it. And it's not just to those.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your statement. Sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, sorry. Yeah, you can cut me off. But I was just saying, do you understand the context from a biblical perspective or a Christian perspective, how we can understand that? Go ahead. That those under us, if we make a bad decision, even as fathers, if I make a bad decision, my children will pay for it. So will my wife.
Okay.
My wife can pay. If I drive in a dark alley that I think I should probably not go in here and it looks kind of dangerous, but yet I want to go there because I want to look at the statue that I've been really wanting to see. I bring her into a dangerous situation, and then, God forbid, she gets raped. Well, I brought her into a situation I probably shouldn't have. David brought his family and his wives in a situation he shouldn't have by sinning against God.
Got it. So what you're saying then is when a battered wife defends her husband, you're saying then he didn't actually do anything bad to her.
Oh, not at all. No, total miscontext. So no, what I'm saying is
it's
that
the same thing. I'm asserting that David had Stockholm syndrome because he's just saying, well, whatever you decide, God, is good, even if you have my wives raped in place of me. Well, of course he's going to fucking say that because he's not getting punished. Of course he's going to like that. But that makes him a piece of shit too. But what I'm trying to say to you, Thomas, is, well, let me ask it this way, because I think I can kind of cut to the quick here.
Can I answer that real quick though? I think he was getting punished. Do you think he enjoyed the fact that his wives got raped? I don't think so. It hurt him very bad.
Okay, so what you're saying to me is that I don't know if you're married or not, but let's just say you are. If you cheated on your wife and then God decides in order to punish you, he's going to have your wife raped. Are you saying that's a good punishment?
No, and I would not like that, but if it did happen. No, what I'm saying, would I be
I'm asking you if it was an objectively good punishment.
But I'm saying, but I'm not the one deciding what the punishment should be, right?
I'm asking you if it's objectively good. I'm not asking you to decide what it's going to be. I'm asking you if it's objectively
No, I started
good.
that out. I don't think from our context that it's objectively good.
Well, you
for
said
them,
I won't like
what they're
that.
paying.
I'm not asking you about your preference. I'm asking you if it's objectively good.
No, we would not look at it as good.
Okay, so then in this case, then this God having the wives graped is or is not good.
Did David think it was okay and good?
Okay, that's not what I asked. I'm asking
Well,
you, was it good?
Well, so what would David answer you? If we're putting in context for David, that's why. What do you think David would say?
Well, of course, I just said that. Of course, he would think it's good because he didn't get punished.
Okay,
But
yes.
I'm asking.
So
Is it
right.
objectively good? Was it objectively good for God to have the wives graped in place of David?
So as you know, as Christians, that's why we don't make objective decisions over God.
Dodging the
His
question.
ways. No, I'm telling you, his ways are higher than our ways. Correct.
Okay.
And so we put that. Do I agree with him? If I was God, would I do it differently? Is what you're basically asking me.
Does
Yes,
everything
I
is
would-
everything God does good? Is everything God does good?
I say yes. Not that I
Yes.
agree and understand it. Yes. Did I understand it? Would I
Okay.
make the same decision? No. As a Christian, I would not. But
won.
I objectively say that he sees the end of the road that I cannot see, that when he makes all things good and right at the end as he promises to, I accept his authority.
Okay.
Now, and I don't agree with it. So what I'm saying, that's what I've struggled with, and I understand you struggling with it. So I am willing to say,
Oh,
I
I'm
would
not
tell
struggling with
God-
this at all. I know exactly what this is. There's no struggle here for me.
Well, for me as a Christian though, because you don't believe in God, so I understand that. But for me as a Christian, what I'm explaining to you is, yes, I'll ask God to go, why did you have his wives raped? It seems unfair to me, and then he can answer me at that point. But I don't put myself above him and say, you have to answer me, and you're bad for not having an answer right now in my time and in my understanding. I will wait and say that his ways are higher than my ways, his thoughts are higher than my thoughts. And as I examine how he's treated me in my life, he's been very fair to me, and I haven't been fair to him. I have failed him
Okay.
in a lot of ways.
All right.
Go
So
ahead.
there's a syllogism that I have above my head. So P1, everything God does is good. P2, God commanded David's wives to be graped. Which one of those two do you disagree with?
So everything that God does is good, I believe, in the Bible. Do I understand it? And do I agree with it? No.
Okay.
So
we're not
him
asking
commanding
that.
his wife,
Does
Well, so-
but
no, I'm
is
asking,
everything
so-
he does? But is everything he does good?
yes.
Okay. And you know what? We'll even let you. We'll just say allowed. We'll soften it to allowed.
Thank you. And that's good context because I think we can see that, right?
Okay, that's fine. We
Because
can soften to allowed.
We would say he micromanaged Absalom to do this, right? Which I don't believe. And I believe he lets sin play out. That God protects. So and all through the Bible, he protects and watches out for us. But his protection, he pulls away from us when we sin and turn our backs on him.
Okay.
Therefore, would he have protected and stopped this? Yes. So what he knew, the wickedness of man and sin was already in their hearts. He did not put his protection there. He pulled back and allowed this to take place due to
Fantastic.
David's sin.
Okay,
go ahead.
So God allowing. Yeah, let me change the conclusion up here a little bit. God allowing David's wives to be graped was good. That's the conclusion. That was good.
Except the one problem with the context is it was a consequence to sin. So
Okay. But
consequence
he allowed-
to sin isn't
well, wait a
isn't
minute.
good.
You agreed that he allowed it to
it's
happen,
a requirement.
right? He allowed
It's
it to
a
happen. right?
requirement.
He allowed it to happen, right?
Yes, and you know why? Free
Okay.
will.
He allowed it to
He
happen.
allowed sin. Yep,
Yeah, I'm not reading.
ahead.
I'm not asking the reasons. I'm just asking whether or not he allowed it.
he did. He pulled off his protection. That's what it
Fantastic.
was, yes.
Okay, so he allowed David's wives to be graped, and that was good. That was a good thing for God to do.
Yes, as a punishment for David.
There it
it
is.
helped
Okay.
David realize not to
Okay.
sin and do the same thing. Did
Okay.
David ever do that
Fantastic.
again, or did he learn his lesson?
Fantastic.
Did David learn his lesson? Did David learn his lesson?
Sure, he learned his lesson. So are you saying there was no other way for David to learn his lesson?
I think that was the best way.
I didn't say that. I asked,
According to God.
was there any other way he could have learned his lesson?
We don't
Was
know
that
that.
was that the only way?
Maybe it was. God knew.
Maybe it was. Okay.
Yeah, we don't know. I
So
can't make
then
up
that
David's
means-
mind. I mean,
okay, so then David's wives being graped was good. You just got to say
If it brought
Just-
him
let me
back-
just
yes,
let
if-
me just hear you say that. Just say the words, David's wife's being raped was good.
No, I think it was a consequence of sin.
Okay.
So
Everything
it's
God
all
does is good.
consequences
Well,
good.
let's go over it again. Everything God does is
wait.
good, right?
Wait,
God
but
allowed
just a-
David's wives to be raped. That's something
Okay.
God did, right? He allowed them to be raped, right?
I know you're trying to box me in, but you got to
I already
relax a
boxed
little
you in.
bit.
You're already
Let me
trapped.
answer.
You're already trapped.
We're not, because
The
it's every
context is not
You got to.
the context is not
You're
helping
very-
you at all. You
you're
got to understand
very
that,
smart.
Thomas. Thomas, you're
But
you gotta,
you're very
well, then you
smart.
got to understand the context is not helping you at all. It does not.
Can I lay out some context for you?
It doesn't. It
Every
doesn't. It
postulate
doesn't. You've
of
laid out the
life-
context. It doesn't help. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, and that's why
Okay,
you're
well, let
having
me talk
trouble
then.
saying
Can I
this.
talk?
Okay, well then all you have to say is God allowing David's wives to be raped was good. All you got to say.
Yes.
Then you can add the context.
So yes. Does a criminal going to jail for an offense he did, is that good in our justice system? Do you
For an
believe
offense
that
he did is good.
Yes.
If
Okay.
if the criminal's son went to jail for him, not good.
Okay, so right, stay at that context. Now, when that guy went to jail, and it's good because he did that, and he's no longer at his house to protect his wife, who is now at home alone, and there's a neighbor next door.
That
who
is
is a
so
big
not what
bully.
happened here. That is a
Well,
false
listen,
equivalence.
listen. Not
I
at
know
all.
what you're trying to say,
Is
and it's
it
not.
good?
It
But
doesn't
you're
work
running
here.
from it because
I'm
it
not
does
running
work here.
from it. It's a false equivalence. I just told you that it's a false
That's-
equivalence. That's not what
It's
happened
not a
here.
false equivalent.
That
It's
is absolutely not what happened
consequences-
here.
It's
It's
the
a-
consequences of sin.
It is
and
not a
that's what
consequence
happened.
of. Well,
Was
that's
it
what you're.
good
That's the
that they-
cope. That's the cope that you're trying to do. So help me out
Because
with
it
this,
is the-
Thomas. Okay,
it's
help
the
me out with this,
crux, though.
Thomas. Help me out with this, Thomas.
It takes me out of your box.
Under what?
That's why you don't want me to
no,
be able to
you're
say
not.
it.
You're still trapped in the box. Under what circumstance?
Not
Okay,
at all.
Thomas.
The box got split open.
Hold
and
on,
you know
hold
it.
on, hold on,
And
Thomas.
you know it. You're smart
Hold
enough to
on,
know
Thomas.
you can't run. You're a
Okay,
smart guy. You
hold
can
on,
feel
Thomas.
it, can't
Are you
I
gonna
know,
Are you
you
gonna
got
let me
it.
talk, or are you not gonna let me talk?
you haven't let me.
Did we forget that this is my live? Why do Christians not understand this? This is my live. Okay? I get to talk. You don't just get to talk. All right? So, I just need you to answer this question for me. Under what circumstance is it acceptable to punish anyone with grape? Okay, you can answer now, Thomas. I'm mad because people keep interrupting me and people do not understand boundaries. And the guest did not clock me. So, wonder what circumstance is it morally good to punish somebody with grape, Thomas?
I think everybody can see you're getting upset because
Under
you've never had
what
this argument presented this way.
circumstance? No, I've had it presented to me
And
plenty of
you
times.
won't-
Under
and
what
you won't let me
no,
talk.
it's
You're going to
copium.
box me in and try to make me say what you want me to say.
Circumstance? Under what
Because when I give you the
circumstance is
examples,
it morally
you can't run.
good? No, it's not an
Your
equal.
best
It
argument
is a
is
false
getting destroyed.
equivalence.
Your
It's a
best
false.
argument.
It's a false equivalence, Thomas. It's a false equivalence. So, answer the question. Under what circumstance is it morally good to have someone graped as punishment? Just need you to answer that question. Go ahead. You can unmute now.
No consequences sin is good.
Okay.
That's why it's not good.
You're not answering the question. Under what circumstance is it morally good to have someone punished with grape?
Do you mute everybody else like this when you're losing?
Yes. No, you're not. I'm not
Yeah, I
losing.
bet. Yes, you do.
I'm not
Thank you.
losing. I'm not losing. You're not answering the question. You're dodging the question. That's dodge number 2. So we're going to count the dodge and see the reason I know I'm not losing is because you keep dodging the question. So answer the question. Under what circumstance is it morally good to punish someone with grape?
What would be amazing is if you were in my live and you had to answer.
Okay. Under what circumstance is it morally good to punish someone with grape?
Be honest. If you
Under what circumstance is it? That's 5 dodges. So, are you trying out for the Dodgers later this afternoon? That's what I'm hearing. So, under what circumstance is it morally good to punish someone with grape? Just tell us the circumstance. Yeah, you can unmute now, Thomas.
It's never good. Consequences of sin is never good.
Okay. Are
That's
you
what you're
saying
observing.
then? Are you saying then that the women did not get punished with grape?
They did, and I explained
They
to you
did. Okay,
the
so
consequences
let's
of
take a
those
look at
over
this
you.
again. All right. So are you saying it was just a consequence when it says, "I will"? Who is raising up trouble here? Who is the I?
That is Yahweh.
That is God. And I will take your wives. Who's taking the wives?
Yahweh.
Yahweh. And give them to your neighbor. Who's giving them to the neighbor?
Yahweh.
Yahweh. Okay. And where is the consent here? Just point out where
There
the
is
wives
no
gave
consent.
consent. There is no consent. And if it's not consent,
wa-
what is it?
It was consequence of his sin.
It's not consent. What is it?
It's grape.
It's grape. Okay. So that means that they were graped. Is this a punishment? Yes or no?
Yes, it was a punishment for David.
Okay. So, under what circumstance then is it morally good to punish someone else for somebody else's transgression?
The circumstance that it's morally good is that
Yeah.
without being able to punish people and give them free choice, which I don't go with free will, free choice to bring them back around, God knows what that punishment will be.
Point out the free choice that the wives had. Where does it have? Where do the wives have choice here?
Do you think the wives got
Okay,
to choose
that's you're
to
dodging my
even
question.
marry David?
You're dodging my
Wait,
question. Where
in
is
what
the
context-
choice that the wives had here? Where is the
Do
choice?
you think they had any choice to even marry
Okay.
David? Wait a minute.
Okay, you're
hold
going
up.
back on mute, sir. You're going back on mute because you cannot answer my question. All I need you to do
You
is
can't
just
answer
point
mine.
out,
Where, do you think they had choice in anything?
because I asked you first. You're answering questions with questions. You are dodging again. So point out.
Just think if I could mute you and you
Point
had to
out-
answer a question, you'd live.
Point out where it says. Point out where the wives had a choice. Just point it out.
I'll point out they have no choice at all. They didn't have a
They
choice
have
to marry
no
David,
choice. Okay, so that means
Exactly.
there's no consent. If there's no consent, then it's grape, as we said.
Do you-
so
do you
there's no
think they
choice here.
consented to
So
marry
where-
David?
Okay, so they did not
Wait.
because they did not have
Thank
choice,
you.
which
So
means
now
it's
you want to give them
grape
choice?
because it's.
Now you want to give them choice.
That's not what I said. Let's not put words in my mouth. Where
I'm
did I?
asking you. Why don't
When
you
did
answer
I
some
say
questions?
I'm giving them choice?
'Cause
When did
you
I
would
say
get
that?
cooked if you would ever answer any of my
When
questions.
did
you
I
won't. You would
say
run.
I was giving them choice?
Just now you said, do they
When
have
did I
choice or whether
say-
they got graped? And in the context, you don't know. Like I said,
That's not
maybe
me
they did
saying
like
I
it.
gave them
The
choice.
most handsome man on the planet. But
Okay.
yet, did they get
Hey,
a choice to marry
where
David?
is
Or
the
was David
choice?
graping them?
Where is the
was
choice
David-
here?
Maybe David was graping them all the time and they didn't
All right.
really have a choice to marry him, did they?
Let's go to 2 Samuel 16, because you would agree this is
I'm
what
just
happened,
saying.
right? Okay.
Yeah,
I want
no,
you, Thomas,
but
point out
can
where
you
the
put that in
point out where the
context?
women
But-
had choice. Point out where the women had
Put it in
choice.
context.
Then
Point out-
Absalom said
Point
to
out
thee,
where the women had choice.
Point out where they ever had choice in any decision.
Okay,
Find
so
one
then that
place.
means they were graped all the time. That's the
Okay,
point.
so what's the difference? So they're used to it from David. So why is it? So is it a bad thing? That's their lives.
Oh my God, are you kidding me right now?
From your
"Oh
perspective.
Are you
Yeah, you're gonna run from it.
fucking kidding me?
You're
Are you
saying that's some
fucking
kind of
kidding me? It
choice.
wasn't so
I
bad.
would run if I was you too.
Did
I'm
we
not
just
saying
hear
so
this?
bad.
Did we just hear this, everybody? Did we
Don't
hear
try
that,
to run and
everybody?
smile 'cause
Oh
you're getting
my
cooked.
God! And he
Where
thinks
did
he
they ever have
cooked me.
choice?
He thinks he cooked
Yeah,
me.
you know you
Wow.
got cooked, boy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you just call me a boy?
Did that offend you?
Okay. So now we're gonna go racist. Got it.
Yeah.
What? Where's that
gonna go-
racist?
we're gonna go
oh my
racist.
gosh!
You don't
Cry
call
like
black-
a baby. You
don't call black men
Give me a
boys.
break.
All right.
I've never even heard that.
calling-
Oh, cannot
calling
wait to
a
clip him.
black
I know
man
he's
boy
going
is
to
the
he's
worst.
going to say victory, but the clip will not. The clip does not lie.
Hey,
The clip
like,
does
that-
not
that's,
lie.
That's a thing. That's a thing called being racist, dude. Like that's.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
that hard not to do.
Yeah.
It's
Here-
not that hard.
Yeah, you don't just sit there and call. For starters, you don't call a grown ass man a boy.
You don't
in
grow. You
general.
don't. Yeah, exactly. Like you don't call women girls. You don't.
Yeah.
You don't do that.
But especially like black men, because like that is a
Yeah, well,
also
I was
racist thing that's been said.
That's exactly what I was about to get to. Is the fact that, for starters, like you don't call grown ass men boys because that's just you're
In
infantizing
general,
them.
disrespectful.
Yeah.
See, the
Then
only
whenever it comes to
reason,
black,
yeah. I mean, look at if you change the definition of everything and words don't mean words. Oh yeah, he absolutely destroyed me. So if you just pull out the Christian dictionary, which has definitions for everything different than what regular different dictionaries have. Oh yeah, he absolutely destroyed me. So yeah, that's the only way you can do it. Is you have to change the rules to everything. You have to redefine words. Words don't mean words. Oh yeah, then I win.
Earth Angel, how is boy racist? It was used during slavery, and to refer to
And
black
during
men.
Jim Crow.
So-
Yep.
And yeah,
during Jim Crow was the
basically
biggest.
during any racist and still now it is unfortunately used by some absolute bigots.
And on top of that, if your crushing blow to me is, well, they never had choice, so they were always great. What's so bad about that? What?
Right. I'm about to vomit.
We gotta
Yeah,
replay this. I'm
I was
sorry.
just completely on mute that entire time, just like thinking, like, what the hell? What the hell, bro?
Like, what did I just hear? I mean, it was just,
Yeah.
that was like the most awful thing. I think I'm gonna keep on this topic for a while longer. It's hard to
Really
do,
sure.
but man, I get
It's
like
hard,
the
but it really shows how. I mean, like, not all Christians are like this. Of course, some Christians do accept, like, basically any Christian fundamentalist. It has to be like this, though.
oh, they have to.
Like, yeah,
You just
like,
have to go to Coke.
I know Christians who say like, oh yeah, no, like some of the Bible absolutely isn't true, and like some of it is evil. I believe because like, and I know like some people like who are Gnostics. So, like if you ever know what that is, it's pretty
Mhm.
interesting interpretation. And I know a couple of them. They're cool. They're cool. I like them a lot more. Is my mic better right now? I know.
Oh, yeah,
Some
it's
people have
fine.
been saying-
Yeah,
Alright,
go ahead.
some people
Finish.
have been
I'm
saying
sorry.
my
I'm
mic's
looking.
quiet,
I'm
so-
looking for the replay.
But yeah, no. Yeah.
Wow,
It-
that was
like,
just
Gno-
wild.
Gnostics are insufferable. I mean, I feel like they're better than most Christians I know, because they think at least from my knowledge, Gnosticism is like where they think that the God of the Old
Yeah.
Testament is like an evil god,
Yeah, and
not the
also
natural true God.
he's wrong. I've been on other Christians' lives, and I don't dodge questions. I end up getting kicked because I end up cooking them, but I don't dodge questions. I'm actually very
You-
respectful.
or got to sit there and actually talk, because every Christian lab I've been on, like I sit there and like I'm the only atheist there, and they just usually preach at me for like fucking hours and don't even let me speak. I'm just sitting there.
Yeah,
For
they
them
do a
to
lot of
just-
that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, most like a lot of lives I see, like they'll have at least like one theist, be it sometimes Christian, sometimes a lot of time like a pantheist or a pagan on there. Like I don't know if anyone is pagan on this panel, but on Christian lives it's or like any Abrahamic religion really, but especially Christian. Those are the ones I see the most.
Yeah.
Never seen.
We should go raid a
Christian
Christian live, and
You're rich,
so we're not the only one in there.
All right, here it
There
is.
was-
Point out the free choice that the wives had. Where does it have? Where do the wives have choice here?
Saying the wives got
Okay,
to choose
you're dodging
to
the
even
question.
marry David.
Dodging my
Wait,
question.
where-
Where
in
is
what
the
context?
choice that the wives had here? Where is the
Do you
choice?
think they had any choice to even marry
Okay.
David? Wait,
You're
hold
going
on.
back on mute, sir. Going back on mute because you cannot answer my question. All I need you to do
You can't answer
is point
mine.
out-
Do you think they had choice in anything?
because I asked you first. You're answering questions with questions. You are dodging again. So, point out,
Just think if I could mute you, you would answer questions.
point out where it says Point out where the wives had a choice. Just point it out.
Now they have no choice at all. They didn't have
They
a choice
have
to marry
no
David, did they?
choice. Okay, so that means
Exactly.
there's no consent. If there's no consent, then it's grape, as we said.
Do
So
you
there's no
think they
choice here.
consented to
So
marry
wait-
David?
okay, so they did not,
Right.
because they did not have choice, which
So
means
now
it's
you want to
grape.
give them choice?
It's-
So now you want to
That's
give
not
them
what I
choice.
said. Let's not put words in my mouth.
I'm asking you. Why don't
When
you
did
answer
I
some
say I'm giving them choice? When did I say that?
questions? If you would ever answer any of my
When
questions,
did
you
I
won't. You would
say
lie.
I was giving them choice?
Just now you said, do they have
When did I
choice whether
say-
they got great? And in the context, you don't know. Like I said,
That's not
maybe
me
they did
saying
like
I
it.
gave them
They're the
choice.
most handsome man on the planet. But
Okay.
did they choice to marry
Where
David?
is
Or
the
was
Did like
choice?
it.
Where is the
Was
choice?
Maybe David was graping him all the time, and they didn't
All right.
really have a choice to marry him, did they?
Let's go to 2 Samuel 16, because you would agree this is
I-
what
I'm
happened,
saying-
right? Okay, I want you to talk.
I'm just skipping
So
forward a
it's
little.
bad thing.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, okay,
Fine
so
with
then that
place.
means they were great all the time. That's
Okay, so what's the difference? So they're used to it from David. So why is it? So is it a bad thing? Their lives.
Oh my God, are you kidding me right now?
Tell me.
Yeah. That is what was said. That was what he said he cooked me on. They were graped all the time, so what's the difference?
And why is it
Disgusting.
a bad thing?
Why is it such a bad thing?
Like
Disgusting.
that.
Yeah.
That's the fucking point I've been trying to make. That's why you cannot guard me on this. That's why I'm undefeated on this. Because you
Do
start
I need to
from-
reread what I read whenever I first came on?
Yeah.
Because, like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah,
Like,
it's even worse when you hear it on replay, isn't it? Like, it's even
Mhm.
worse. It's even worse. It is so bad. Okay, we're going to go to Truth Seeker and Speaker Shanine. This should be interesting. How's it going? Oh, we got oh, there we go. How's it going? Truth Seeker
How's
and
it-
Speaker Shanine. How's it going?
It's going okay. How y'all doing?
We're doing well. Are you at least 18? And which pronouns shall we use for you?
What do you mean? Yes, I'm 55 actually.
Okay. And so as far as pronouns, he, her, she,
I'm a she.
you're
I
a she.
guess.
Okay, fantastic. All right. And which God do you believe in?
I don't.
You don't believe in God? Oh, okay. Well,
No.
this is we're looking for ops, but if you had a quick question or something to say real quick.
No, I think I was just trying to jump in whenever that guy was in here you was
Got it.
debating with. I was just
I
trying
got
to jump in like, oh my gosh, I just could not believe what he
Oh,
was
this is
saying.
this is awesome. I love it. Like when people come, like in wrestling, when they come from like the back
Right.
and they come off the top rope. I'm okay with that. I just didn't know.
You're calm.
Yeah.
You're a lot calmer than me. I
just
don't
didn't
think I
know.
have my I don't think I have patience like you. Not just yet.
Yeah. Yeah. It's well, you might get your chance. So we got somebody in here who thinks I got cooked. So let's see what Tony has to say. How's it going, Tony?
Yeah.
All right.
How's it going? How's it going?
Yep. Can I get your age and pronouns, please?
Sure. 27. Pronouns he, him, that dude, that guy,
Okay.
that motherfucker. Yep.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
The God from the one and only creator.
The one and only creator.
The one
All
and
right.
only creator. The
Okay.
one that's
Allah?
responsible for all three divine religions.
Allah?
No, but he's responsible for all three divine religions, which includes the Quran, the Torah, and the Bible.
The
That's it.
Zoroastrian God.
Yeah, I'm kind of different. I believe in one God. So I feel like every book is worshiping the same God in different formats and different ways. There's only one though. There's only one.
Okay.
But
And so
yeah.
okay. And so did this God create reality or create existence?
He created existence.
Yeah? Okay.
Reality, existence, life as we know it. Yes.
All
Yeah.
right. Okay. What's your best
Yeah.
evidence that this God is not evil?
Yeah. Oh my God, the best evidence. And I heard you debating the other guy, and the other guy was, he kept his foot on your neck, but you did mute him a few times, which is crazy. But
Yeah, because he
the
doesn't know how
best
to answer a
evidence
question.
is, well,
Yeah, it's just pretty easy. Like, here, ask me a question. Just ask me anything. That's not too personal, but just ask me a
let me
question.
answer your.
Yeah, go ahead, ask me a question.
You want me to? Okay.
Yeah.
Why are you having? Let me see. You don't? Do you believe in God?
No, I don't. You see how easy that was?
No.
You asked me a question and I just answered it. You see how easy that was? I don't like try to dance around things. I don't like try to, I don't like try to ask you a question. Like if I had just said like you, let's go back, let's replay it. Go ahead and ask me that again. Or maybe ask me something different.
Okay. What God do you believe in?
Okay. Well, what God do you believe in?
You have to believe the one and only Creator,
Okay.
God Almighty.
Okay. So do you see how annoying that is? Like after you hear it like 3 or 4 times, like when somebody just asks you a question with a question, it gets annoying because you can't really have a conversation.
Yeah.
You can't have a dialogue. That's why I kept muting him.
Right.
All right.
It doesn't move forward. I get
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. And so that's why I kept muting him because he would not answer a question. And again, this is like you're coming into my house, so the least people can do is just answer my questions. That's all. I'm not interrogating people.
yeah.
I want to have a conversation here as you and I are having a conversation, right? And as you see, I don't dominate
Right.
the conversation. I mean, I'm talking a lot now, but that's only just because I'm explaining my point. But I want to hear what people have to say. But if it gish gallops, if it bloviates, then I'm going to jump in and I'm going to say, okay, wait, let me cut in and let me just clarify some things. But for the most part, I want to have a conversation. All right. So
Yeah,
back to you.
you're an easy guy. You're an easy guy. Easy guy.
Yeah,
But
I'm easy.
do you mind? Do you mind if I just get muted for like just 4 minutes? Because I'm about to clock out of work and I don't want to talk about.
Yeah.
I don't
We'll
want to
pause.
talk about
We'll give him,
this subject while I'm out.
all right. We'll just
So
hang
you
up.
can mute
Hang
me for the
tight.
live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang tight. And this is what
Yeah.
we'll do. We'll mute you up, and then I got somebody else in the queue real quick, but just hang.
Yeah, let
just hang
somebody
up.
else in the queue.
Yeah.
I'll
Just
hang
chill.
on, man.
Yeah. Just stay there,
All right.
and then we'll bring you up afterwards.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So
Hey, I wanted to jump in. I'm going to go ahead and jump off so that
okay.
somebody else can jump on,
Okay.
and I can watch your debate.
Okay. That sounds good. All right. Well, hey,
All
thanks for
right,
coming
cool.
up, Shanine, and thanks for the support. Appreciate you.
You're welcome. I
All right.
appreciate you.
Yeah. Have a good one.
All right. Have a good
All right, so let's bring up the Simple Egg. This is a returning guest, the Simple Egg. All right,
How you
the
doing,
Simple
man?
Egg. Yeah, you're back. Welcome back.
Oh, dude, I'm surprised you remembered me.
Yeah, I remember you. Are you still Christian?
Yeah, still Christian.
Okay. All right. So we'll just kind of cut to the chase. I know you're over at least 18. I know your pronouns are he, him. So let's just get to the evidence that God is not
Yeah,
evil.
look, I'm gonna pick it up. I think I just want to pick up a little bit because I've been tuning in. That last guy was, I mean, it went wild, but it got crazy. For the second Samuel 2:11 verse, I mean, if we just dig in right to the nitty and gritty, it says, "And he shall lie," right? And in the original Hebrew, even the text "lies" is not actually to even to have sex. So if you take it back to the original Hebrew, the Hebrew word is called shakab or something like
Yeah,
that.
it can either be. I had a rabbi on here yesterday, and the way he explained it is that it can be taken 2 ways: either to lie with or to cause to lie with. Right.
Yeah.
And so he said it's not exactly clear what if it just means God is saying he's going to cause the neighbor to lie with the wives, or the neighbors will lie with the wives. So you can take it either way. But I think what we're getting lost in the weeds with is if God give them to the neighbor in the first place?
So, the whole thing about the way I take this verse is in context. I know you're rolling your eyes, man, but
Because this is
like, I
getting
would
frustrating.
never, I
yeah,
would never
because
say
people
I would
cannot
never
give me
say
a
it's
straight
grape.
answer on this.
I would never say it's grape. There's no text in here that says that it's grape.
Okay, but you do realize that the Hebrew does not have a word for grape.
You do know that, right?
Well,
And
I
do you
mean,
know why?
I don't.
Yeah, they don't
Okay, why
have
was
they
that?
don't have a word for grape. And do you know why they don't have a word for grape?
Why?
Because women were considered property, and women, so it wasn't an offense to do that. If anything, if you committed an offense like that, if you take a wife, if you take a woman, you seize her, it is taking her virginity, and if anything, the offense was committed against her father.
But you just said the word seize. Like,
Yeah.
where did you read that?
Okay, so if you go to Deuteronomy, there
Where
is
I'm talking about
a
Samuel.
law in Deuteronomy. What?
No. I want to stick on the Samuel verse because you were going back and forth about this being about grape. I just want to know
Because
how you got to that.
I was explaining to you why there's no word for grape in ancient Hebrew.
And then, so what-
Because
you
they
can't-
didn't
is
they
there a
didn't
word for
consider
force,
it
though?
because they didn't consider it grape.
There's a word for force.
Huh?
There's a word for force.
There's a word for forest, but not for grape.
Yeah, well, I mean, if this is so literal to the point to where you can assume that it's grape, wouldn't you have to at least have a little bit of context clues, like forced or like against their will or something about that nature instead
Okay.
of
Okay. So if a woman is passed out drunk and somebody goes into her, was she forced?
No, she was not forced.
She was not forced. So force is not a requirement for grape, is it?
What I'm trying to say is that you have to have context clues. I want to know how you got to that conclusion
Okay.
that it's grape. I'm
Let's answer
bro,
my
I
question.
promise you, man,
Force
I really
isn't
wanna-
a requirement for grape, is it?
force isn't a requirement for. I mean, if you medically and like whatever in general, no.
Okay.
No,
Thank
yeah.
you. Thank you. So
But I want to be.
so there
I just
isn't
wanna-
there
before
isn't
we go
a,
into
there
it,
isn't
I
an issue of force. Okay. So
no.
if a
I just want you to
woman,
know I'm being genuine. I'm going to answer your questions as clear as possible. I
appreciate
want to have
that.
a good faith conversation. 'Cause
okay,
I
I appreciate that. Okay. So help me out here. So if a woman, so let's just say, just think of a female relative. You don't have to tell me which one, but just think of a female relative. And if this female relative were given to the neighbor and that neighbor laid with her, has she given consent? Just from what I've told you.
lay with her. See, from what you
If
said,
he has sex with her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. There. That's clear. Yes. That if she was taken and they had sex,
And given
that would
to
be
if she
considered
was
rape.
taken, given to the neighbor, and the neighbor has sex with her, has she given consent?
Yeah. No, she has not given.
She
consent.
has not
If she
given
was
consent.
taken- She was
Yes.
forcefully taken. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, even if she was just taken, right? Maybe
What if-
forcefully, not forcefully, but just taken and given to the neighbor, and the neighbor has sex with her. She has, and just from what I've said, just the description I gave, she has not given consent. You agree with that, right? What would it take for you to be convinced that she gave consent?
If she like wanted it,
Yeah. And how would you know she wanted it?
we would have to look at the context of whatever it is. You know.
Huh? And what's an example of her indicating, what's an indicator of her wanting to have sex with the neighbor?
Hey, I don't know. Like, dude, I
don't
wanna. I
know?
like this
Simple
guy. I
A.
like this guy. I like this guy. I like this guy. I want to start a family with him.
Okay. I like this guy. I want to have sex with you. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't need to take me. I'll walk over there by myself. Like, all those things are signs that she is giving consent, right? Indicators that she's giving consent, right? Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So do we see any of this in 2 Samuel 12? It's right above my head.
Yeah. No, I don't see anything in there.
Okay.
Doesn't mean
Your mic is very faint. I can't hear you.
Oh crap! Can you hear?
I don't know if you're covering your mic or something like that.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, much better. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
So we don't see anything in here saying, "Oh God, don't worry. I'll just go over to the neighbors now." No, we don't see that. Oh God, you know what? I enthusiastically do. Yes, I want to do this. We don't see anything like that here, do we?
Yeah, we don't. Bro, I keep getting called. Can you say something?
Yeah. I'll ask
okay,
again.
good.
Yeah. If you're getting called, it's cool, but I'll ask
Yeah.
again. We don't. what you're reading above my head, you don't see anything of the wives saying, yes, I'll do this.
Yes,
Or
yeah,
do you?
I agree.
Okay. So if
No,
it's
I
not,
do not.
so they did not give consent, right?
Well, then now you're presupposing that just because it's not written that there was no consent.
Okay. So again, okay, so here, let me put it to you this way. Let's just say you're on a date with a woman, all right? Let's say you're on a date with a woman, and let's just say you've taken her out to dinner, all right? And she's said to you, Simple Egg, you are amazing. You are handsome. Look at them muscles. Have you been doing pull-ups? Have you been doing sit-ups? Oh, I like that, right? All that stuff.
Yeah.
And you go back to her place. You guys are sitting on her couch. And let's just say you're doing some kissing and whatnot, and things are starting to get hot and heavy. Now, if she doesn't say anything to you, if she says nothing to you, have she given consent?
Oh, dude, I wasn't saying that she didn't. I wasn't drawing that conclusion that if she just doesn't verbally announce it. I'm talking about, is it written? It's not written in the text.
Okay.
Like we're reading.
So it doesn't say, right?
I know, but we weren't there to actually see what she said.
Okay.
We're reading the best of ability to try to draw the context of what is actually in the book. But like,
Okay, you're missing my point. Okay.
Yeah, but
because you're saying it doesn't say that they didn't give consent.
And it doesn't
right?
say that she did either.
Right. So this is what I'm asking you. So
Yeah.
if the woman, if you're doing things with a woman and you're trying to move forward, let's just say, just put it like that, and she doesn't tell you anything, do you? So that means she didn't give consent.
In that scenario,
and she,
in that scenario, it
do
would
you
not be
have
consent, really.
that would not be consent? Now,
No.
did she say consent? No. Did she
No.
not say consent? No.
Yeah,
Right?
100%. Yeah.
Okay, so that means you don't have consent.
Yeah.
So
I
that
agree. That's not
means
what
that if the text doesn't say they did give consent, then they didn't give consent.
That's my point, though. It's like this is a written text of this. It's not a live feed of what happened. This is just what was written down.
Okay. So then
And-
that means then that Jesus had 3 arms, right?
Oh, because he didn't mention the third arm.
He actually
No.
had 6.
It doesn't mention. Okay, so but it doesn't say he had 2 arms, right? So that means he
I'm
could have
saying-
had 3 arms, right?
I understand your argument, but what I'm trying to say is that I think it's just a huge stretch to say that it's grape.
Okay,
Like,
so then that
it could
means
be
then
anything.
that Jesus
It
could
be
have had
just-
3 arms then. It's possible Jesus had 3 arms.
That's such a crazy the distinction.
Did Jesus have? Okay, well, can you point out a scripture where it says Jesus only had 2 arms?
No, but can you point out a scripture where it
Boom.
says this is grape?
Okay, so then that means then if you're going to say that there's nothing that says specifically it's grape, then that means Jesus had 3 arms. If I want to believe Jesus had 3 arms, then Jesus had 3 arms, right? It's perfectly reasonable to think that.
If you follow that logic, you can
He's about to say it,
What-
everybody.
what
He's
you-
about to
what's
he's
written-
about to he's
what's
about to
writ-
trap himself,
No.
everybody.
What I'm saying,
He's about to
what I'm
do
trying
it.
to say- no,
Go ahead,
what-
go ahead,
what
Simple
is-
Egg. Go ahead.
What is
He's
what
about to
is-
say it.
we only know what's true from what is written.
We only know it's true from what is written. Exactly. So
Yeah, so
again,
if you're assuming grape, it's not written, and it's not written the other way.
okay.
Thus say the Lord.
Thus
Thus
says the
says the Lord. I will raise up trouble against you from within
Evil,
your own
evil.
house,
Yeah.
and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and in broad daylight.
You know what? You know what's really funny about this, everybody, is that we are vote the poll, everybody.
It doesn't even say sex.
You know what's really funny about this, everybody?
It doesn't
is
even
that
say sex.
we are giving the Christians the context, and they keep saying, "But wait, the context."
Dude, show me.
That's the
show me where
hilarious
it says
part.
sex.
It
Show me where
doesn't
says
say
sex.
So,
that.
guess
It's the-
what do you think happened?
What do you
thought they
think
had a
happened?
conversation?
Now
we go.
therefore the sword shall never depart from your house,
That's
for
so
you
crazy,
have
bro.
despised me, and
The
have
word
taken
is-
the wife of Uriah.
The word in
I was done.
Okay. So what does this say here? Can you read that?
It means to rest.
Go ahead and read that.
So they pitched a tent for Absalom upon the roof, and Absalom went into his father's concubines in the sight of all Israel.
If someone leaves their husband, what happens to the wife? She ends up
How
going someone
do you
else.
go into somebody?
She
How
ends
do you
up
go
going
into a
somewhere
wife?
else. She ends up sleeping at someone else's house.
How do
Naturally,
you go
in
into a
time.
wife?
All right.
How do you
Simple
go
egg.
into a wife?
It doesn't say, bro,
what is
had
going
fun,
into a
man. I
wife?
know you have to kick me because you casted the vote, but it was fun.
Yeah.
I just want to know
29 to 1,
what does it mean to go
the
into
simple
a wife,
egg.
man?
29 to 1. Just saying.
I know, of course.
All
'cause
right.
You got strong fans, bro. They love you, bro.
All right. Hey, have a good one.
You too, man. Bye.
Yeah.
What do these
Went
people
into-
think happened?
Yeah, exactly.
They
Went
think they were
into-
just like playing hopscotch?
right.
Like, come on.
It just means that they're over here playing patty cake. You know,
Yeah, they're just
like
playing patty
Roger
cake.
Rabbit.
Yeah.
Like,
so apparently went into is hopscotch.
Like, come on.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like I said, man, you cannot guard me on this. You cannot guard me. It's just you cannot get people trying to get past this and they cannot get past it.
Right. Like, what about the fact that women were property back then? Don't they understand? They weren't even
Exactly.
allowed to say no.
Exactly. That's why there's no word for grape.
Like, it's not even allowed. The fact that it's not allowed is the problem. So you keep saying, well, maybe they consent. That's irrelevant. They wouldn't have
Not
even
relevant.
asked them to consent.
Yeah, exactly.
So what are you talking about?
Which means it's automatically grape.
Right.
It's like auto grape.
Yeah.
It's just default
Oh my
by
goodness.
default. Yeah, Jay.
Crazy.
It's rough, isn't it?
Well, in Simple Egg's defense, it doesn't say it was not hopscotch.
Yeah. Doesn't say it was not hopscotch.
Wait. I mean, it's whatever it says.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's wild, isn't it?
Very.
Yeah, it's wild. Now, the wilder ones, because I'm going to be honest, because like I thought Shanine, who was up here earlier, I thought she was going to like be defending it. And it's wilder when women try to defend it. It's even worse. But luckily she wasn't. So that's cool. But it's even worse. Yeah, nothing but cope. Exactly, Redhead's Trouble. Exactly. It's nothing but cope. Well, it doesn't say they had sex. Well,
Say it's cope.
oh my God. It says everything but that. It's like we are putting it into context for you. It's just everything they can do to, yeah.
And the idea of women being able to be great is like whenever it comes
okay,
to life, it's somewhat of a more recent development because, like we said earlier, women were seen as property. That like you can't you cannot sit there and do that upon something that you view as property because it's property.
Redheaded Trouble has the chat quote of the day. They're snorting the cope hard. I love it. I love it. It's perfect. Exactly. I love it. Oh, I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it.
You love
I'm
it
sorry.
because you're coping.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, a lot of people, even up to today, don't believe in marital grape because of their.
Oh my goodness. Don't get me
I didn't
started.
really believe in it when I was a Christian either. Scary stuff.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because in their ideas, that is your wifely duties. You must do this
Exactly.
because that is what you're supposed to do as a wife. And it's like, no, she can say fucking no. Like,
You can
what?
say no. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And so this is that's okay. That's all right. But this is like the wild stuff that we get. This is why, this religion is so dangerous. Is because then you get things like, oh, well, if you're married, if you have a wife, then they are automatically owed. They automatically owe you sex, no matter what. Yeah, no is a full sentence. End of story. Exactly. Doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter who they are to you. No is no.
And just in case you don't realize how much of what consent contrives of, even if you are in the very middle of it, y'all both consented to having the schmecks, and y'all are in the very middle of it. Even if you are about to, get that O face on yourself, if she says no, you take it out.
Or she says stop.
Take it
Exactly.
out.
You don't get to finish. You don't get to, yeah. Oh, after this. No, it's stop now, right now. Yeah.
No,
immediately.
are you sure as you thrust harder?
Yeah. It's not, or yeah, it's not like Windows, right? You don't get the are you sure window. Yes, no. No, it's stop right then.
With the consent, you can thrust but verify first. Right?
Exactly. Thrust but verify.
Thrust but verify.
But verify first. Verify first.
Right. First
Exactly.
Verify, then thrust. Yes. In that order.
Thrust but verify. Exactly. So that's the theme of today's live. Yes. Before you thrust, verify. Exactly.
That's hilarious.
Goated. Yeah. Goated. Love that.
That's your t-shirt.
Yeah. Oh, having a picnic on the roof. HLT. Yeah, that's what they were doing. They were having a picnic on the roof of all of Israel. Two-factor authentication. Oh my goodness. Goodness.
Every time they sit there and say something about it not being grape and all this stuff and like words not being words, I just think of that scene from Who Framed Roger Rabbit where Roger gets all upset because of the patty cake. And he's like, patty cake? And they're like, it's like you're just, you seem cartoonish to me, guy. Just sit there and be like, these words, like, just because they didn't have a word for grape back then means that this couldn't possibly be grape. Like,
exactly.
You're a cartoon, my guy.
Yeah. And Tuck and Roll, I'm with you. And we have to laugh about this because it's so horrific. It's just so terribly horrific. Yeah. Chat is fired today. It is. All right. So we got Tosca who's up. Hey, Jade, you're welcome to stay up if you want. So you're welcome to stay. We love having you up here.
Yeah, sure. Right. If I have something to say.
Absolutely. Yeah. If you need to come off the top rope, then come off the top rope. Tosca, how you doing?
Hey man, sorry if I'm bad at English, man.
Oh, no worries. You're good. Can you tell us how old you are?
I'm 18.
You're 18? Okay. And then for pronouns, do you prefer us to call you by he, him, or she, her, or they, them?
Him. Why
him.
Does it matter?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's a respect thing. So, because some people who are like male like to be referred to as they, them, or we, us, and some who are male like to be referred to as they,
Never
ze, zim, or yeah. So we just want to make sure we
really understood why.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Which God do you believe in, Troska?
I'm Christian, so I'm Christian Orthodox. So
oh boy. Okay, Christian Orthodox. All right. Okay. What's your best evidence that God is not evil?
Why would he be like?
Why would he
give
be?
us life? Why wouldn't he be? No, why would he be evil?
Okay. So we have instances of evil people who have birthed children, who have like taken pets and things like that. So
right.
yeah. So it doesn't so being evil doesn't automatically mean that you can't give life or can't support life or anything like that. So that doesn't mean anything.
Okay, but a human is not almighty human being.
Okay.
Almighty being, not.
Okay.
Like,
so what's your? But see, I'm just explaining to you that's not evidence that God is not evil. So what's another reason God's not evil?
Well, based off what he preaches, like.
Okay.
Like everything he tells us to do and not to do, like not steal, not kill, not like the commandments. Isn't that?
Okay. So Yahtzee Germany, in the 1940s, they had laws against stealing. They had laws against unaliving people. They had laws against grape.
All right.
And Schmittler also had German Shepherds that he absolutely loved.
Yeah, Schindler had German Shepherds. He married, he had a wife. So does that mean that the Yahtzee Germany was good because they had laws against unaliving and graping and stealing?
No, but they
okay.
did.
So that doesn't mean God's not evil, right? So you got another reason?
Didn't those? Yeah, but
sorry.
Didn't
Timer. Thank you, guys. All right. So any other reason that you can think of? Because we've just given you two reasons that don't match. So just because somebody has laws not to kill or steal or grape, that doesn't mean they're not evil.
True, but didn't Nazi Germany was evil? Like, didn't they do crimes?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
That's the point.
Okay, what crime did God commit?
What crime did God commit?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you saying, I would call genocide a pretty big crime, because that's what Yahtzee Germany did. Yahtzee Germany committed genocide, and God committed genocide. So was the genocide that the Germans committed, was that a crime?
Well, I mean, yeah, because you took a human life. Like,
Yeah. And so God did that many, many times, right? So I would call that a crime.
Like, what do you mean by he took a human life? Like, God took a human life? Like,
Did
he actually kill somebody?
Yeah. Did he send a flood that wiped out everybody on Earth except for 8 people and the animals on the boat?
Yeah, he did. Okay,
Did he send a plague that wiped out 70,000 Hebrews?
He did, in fact. Yeah,
He did. Okay,
you're
so
right.
his body count's pretty high then. So I would say committing genocide and killing 70,000 people is pretty bad.
Okay, but would you say that since God is all-knowing, like he knows everything, wouldn't he know that those people were evil or not evil, and given by our free choice, they were meant to be killed?
They were meant to be killed? Why did he create them in the first place? Why did he allow them to be born if they were meant to be killed?
Well, from what I know, God knows the truth. I don't know how can I describe. I'm actually somewhat bad at English.
Actually, you're doing great.
Well,
you're way better than whatever language you speak. That I can't speak your language at all, whatever it is, because I only speak English. So. Okay.
Romanian.
Romanian? Yeah, see, I can't speak Romanian. So you're doing great. You're doing fantastic.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Being all-knowing.
All right.
Being all-knowing, you
Somebody
think
kick
that he
Raul.
knows he knows better.
Somebody
right?
block
Like
Raul,
is-
please, in chat.
Where were you, man? I forgot the topic, man.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh no, somebody was advertising in my chat, and so I asked the mods to block him. So I'm sorry, Tosca. So, you're saying then that it's okay for God to kill people when he wants to?
I mean, based off the fact that we're given free choice, like everything we do is not in control of God. Like we can do things, like bad things. That's what I know. Free choice is like because of those bad things. I think God, if God sent the flood, like because we had free choice. If we didn't have free choice, I think nobody would have died. Like everyone was on the boat.
Okay.
Wait, how do you have free choice if you're dying in a flood? They didn't choose that.
I mean, yeah, based off what choices we did, based off our free choice, which we know wasn't like perfect, which we know that is not like perfect. Like we definitely sinned and all that. I like based on our actions.
Okay. Did the unborn babies that God killed in the flood? Because there had to be at least one unborn baby that God killed in the flood, right? Did that baby? What choice did that baby have?
From what I know, babies don't have a conscience.
Right.
How do you say?
So they didn't have a choice. So there was yeah. So they didn't have free will. So God took away their free will, right?
From what I know, you must have a conscious first before you're actually gonna get sent to actually die and get sent to heaven or hell.
Yeah.
So from what I know, those kids like get reborn or something. I'm actually not sure.
Okay. So then it was good for God to kill those babies and the unborn fetuses.
In like for what exactly? Like
in the flood.
He killed them for what?
Yeah. He killed all the babies.
Yeah,
he killed the unborn fetuses,
me.
And God killed the toddlers too, like the 2-year-olds. He killed all them. Right. That was good.
Yeah. Well, honestly, from I never actually read the Bible. I going off from what I know.
Okay.
But if it was good. Well, from this, I mean, God, since we put our
Let's read
faith
the
in
Bible.
Him. Okay, let's do
Okay.
this then.
Are you? This is an English Bible. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, I
Okay.
can speak English. I can probably
Okay.
read as well.
Well, like some people can speak and not read it. Some people can read and not speak it. So that's why I asked.
Sure, sure,
Okay.
sure.
Okay. So it says here, this is Genesis
the
6.
Lord-
Yeah. Verse 7. And we'll let our resident voice speaker read it out for us.
So,
But, yeah.
So the Lord said, I will blot out from the earth the humans I have created, people together with animals and creeping things and birds of the air, for I am sorry that I have made them. I can't read because Tosca is in the way.
Oh, yeah,
but then
yeah.
it says,
That's all I need.
Noah found favor in the sight of the Lord.
There was just a but there. So,
What-
so
what-
Tosca.
so-
Yeah. So that's what it says, right? So God said he's going to
What-
blot out. He's going to, and it says it here on 13. Here, let's go here. It says it twice.
Okay, wait,
actually.
but what? Can we go back to the first thing and can you tell me what it
And God
implies?
said
Because
to
I'm not sure.
Noah,
Here, one
I
sec,
have
Tosca.
determined.
Okay.
And God said to Noah, I have determined to make an end of all flesh, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. Now I am going to destroy them along with the earth.
Okay. So let's go back. You said you wanted to go back to verse 7.
Yeah, what does it imply, man? I'm not sure I get the context.
Okay. So it says here, Lord said, I will blot out from the earth. So blot means to get rid of, to erase.
Okay, I see.
The
Erase
humans
what?
that I have created. Yeah, I will erase from the earth the humans I have created. People
Yeah.
together with animals and creeping things and birds of the air, for I am sorry that I've made them. So it kind of brings in another piece to this. Like, what did the animals do?
From what I know, like the animals don't really matter. Like after they die, they don't go to hell or heaven. So
They don't
I know
matter.
why are they. I mean, like okay, here in our world it matters, but like in heaven, they don't go to heaven or hell. From what I know,
Yeah, they don't have, but do they have free will?
I mean, I don't know if you can call it free will. I mean, they have a conscience, right?
Okay. Well, I'm asking you, do they, like, because they don't go to heaven or hell,
I mean,
right?
Yeah, they do stuff. Yeah.
Okay. So they have, yeah, but they don't go to heaven or hell. So what was the point of God killing all the animals?
Because what was the point of killing animals? Well, from what I can believe it, I think it's I don't know if I'm correct, the wrath of like
Wrath?
to show us his power. Like I'm
his
not sure
power?
how. Yeah, as I
Okay.
told, I'm
Well,
bad at English. I'm
who
not
is-
sure how I can call it.
Oh, I understand. Like his wrath, right? WRATH.
Like
Yeah.
to show his power. Like
Show his power. Who is he showing his power to? Because he killed everybody.
no, I guess.
Noah, but Noah already knew. Because Noah, like,
I
was,
guess
yeah, Noah was building a boat and Noah already believed he had power. But
was Noah the only person alive.
with his there was 8 people total, right? So he had to show 8 people how powerful he was by killing all the animals. That makes sense to you?
Well,
Tosca, if somebody wanted to show their power to you by like killing your dog, would you think that would that excuse it?
well, is that person being like almighty, all knowing? Like, is that God? Like, literally. Like, I mean, there's a big difference between a human and a God. Like, that guy
Well,
has.
let's say it's I mean, I don't know how it matters, but let's just say that there's like the Hulk is like, check out how strong I am, and he snaps your dog's neck or something. Would you think that it's okay because he's just flexing?
I know, but like, what I'm trying to say is, God has reasons. That's from what I can say. Like,
Right.
good reasons.
We understand he has reasons. We're asking if it's good or evil.
You said that the reason was to flex, like to show off.
Yeah. So was that morally good or morally evil for him to flex like that?
if it was morally good or morally evil. Morally good because I cannot say evil because I'm Christian. Like I can't go against this.
Understood. Okay, so what is do you know what a moral principle is?
I can't define it. I think
Okay.
I know
Here's an
something,
example.
but,
Okay, well, here's an example. Moral principle is like the golden rule, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Another example of a moral principle is keep your promises, right? You see those are moral principles, right?
I think I see the pattern now.
Okay, so what moral principle makes it morally good for God to flex and kill animals?
Not really flex like. Oh,
Well, yeah, it's flexing, right? He's like, "This is how powerful I am. Let me show you how powerful I am." What moral principle does that demonstrate?
I'm guessing it's the moral principle of Noah having the faith that he has on God. Like you said, he already knew that God is the ultimate being. Like he knows everything. He's the right person, and I don't know how can I tell you. It's like when you ace a test and you know you're gonna ace it, but the scores is given anyway because they just are gonna be given. Like God gave like from what I know, God gave warnings to the people. Noah, I think, told people that the world will flood. Come with me. Come with me.
I don't know if that's a moral principle though, Zaska. Yeah, because like a moral principle is pretty easy to see. Like
I see what you're trying to say.
Yeah, so I'm not seeing a moral principle on why it's morally good to flex and kill all the animals just to show how powerful you are. Like let me ask you this way, Tosca. If a human did that, would that be morally good?
Well, he isn't all-knowing, so could he really justify why and how he did it?
If you don't know the moral principle, how can you say this God is good? Because you said he's all-knowing, yeah, right? So he could have done this for an evil reason, but you'd have no idea why.
Well, yeah, that's practically why we have faith. Like,
you have faith.
Isn't that
okay? Why? Now, what if you're wrong and this God is evil?
Well, it is what it is. After all, like after I die, what will happen to me then if God is actually evil?
Well, if he's evil, what if God is actually going to send all the good people to hell, and that's why he has free will? And all the evil people like Hitler and Epstein and, Joseph Stalin, all these evil people, they go to heaven.
Well, that's actually, you can't really guarantee that. Like, we have no proof.
Right. How would you be able to, but you don't have any proof that people are going to good people are going to go to heaven either, do you?
I mean, the people that believed in him and actually were repentful, like they were actually sorry for their actions. Like from what I know,
we just don't know if that's true though, right?
I mean, yeah, that's why we have faith. I mean,
that's why you have faith.
Yeah, like from what I know, if people have this theory that if after you die there's nothing, like you are existent and non-existent, like there's only black and that's all, like you eternally somehow suffer,
right?
And,
what I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, what I'm trying to figure out is what if it is this God you are a good person and this God lied to you and is actually going to send you to hell.
And instead, all those people that did bad things from our perspective went to heaven.
Mm-hmm. It's opposite.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do. That's what I'm saying. That's why we have faith. Like, I can't really talk about anything else.
Well, if you knew then this God was evil, would you still worship it? Even if you let's just say you knew this God is evil, would you still have?
So let's say after I die, God is gonna send me to hell either way. Like I was good or bad, he's just gonna make me suffer after I die.
Yeah.
Then no, but God doesn't say that. So
yeah, he doesn't. Like I said, he's lying to you.
Yeah, he could be lying, but
Mhm.
this is why we're literally given a faith to believe that he's not gonna do that.
Well, how does faith make it true, though?
It doesn't make it true. It just makes you hopeful that what he said will actually be true.
Right. But isn't it, but like, I get the hope, but are you saying that if you didn't believe in God, you would have no hope?
If what? Can you please repeat?
Are you saying that if you did not believe in a God, that you would be hopeless?
I mean, hopeless in the afterlife. Yeah.
Hopeless in the
I
afterlife?
mean, yeah, like I'm still alive, but after I die, what am I gonna do if God doesn't exist? Like I will
Nothing.
eternally suffer. So
Yeah.
that's
Nothing.
that's what
Nothing
I'm saying.
happens.
So
It's just, that's it. Like, I believe that,
So, yeah.
like, you know, like a candle goes out. I think that's the end of our life. Like the candle goes out,
yeah,
and that's it. It's over.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I have hope that there is enough an afterlife where I get to actually be happy forever. You know,
Sure.
like that's what God says.
Okay.
That's what everyone will want. So why wouldn't anyone believe in Him?
Well, I don't want an afterlife. I think that's terrible. Like,
Why?
I would,
like to
because after like 10,000 years, pizza's not going to taste very good. After 10,000
Okay,
years, you know, things are just going to be so awful. It would be torture for me to live forever and do what? Like, there's only so many things you can do in life, right? So what else would I do?
From what? Well, I have a Christian barber, and this guy is a very Christian, and he keeps talking about this. And from what I know, after you die, and if you go to heaven, God will give you eternal joy. Like He's literally gonna give you joy,
How though?
like happiness. That's His powers. That's literally what He can
Okay.
do. Like if you actually believed in Him and you had faith, then you can actually get to be happy all your life. Like you actually believed in the one person that is actually true to the
So
world.
he takes your free will away and just gives you joy?
From what I know, that's basically what He does. Like you're gonna
Okay.
be happy. From what I know, that's a part that like I think about every day, because if you
Okay.
go to heaven, it says that you're not gonna remember the people that went to hell. From what I
Okay.
know,
Well, then
yeah,
why
that
can't
really
he just,
bugs me off.
okay, well, why can't he just do that for us now?
Well, first we have to prove it. After all, I mean,
Why do we have to prove it?
Because Adam and Eve ate the apple, and because
Okay.
they had free choice in heaven. Because they
Okay.
had free choice in heaven and they chose to sin, were given this life of somewhat suffering, so you
I
can go
understand.
back. Yeah.
Okay. Now, but God already knows everything, right? So he like, for example, he already knew that I would be an atheist before I was born, right? He knew that.
From what I know, He knew that you wouldn't be an atheist and that you will be an atheist. Is that it's your choice to make.
Yeah, he
And
knew that. But he created me anyway.
so you're trying to say that you're doomed from the start, like you're
Yeah.
actually
I'm fucked from the start. Yeah. So
Yeah.
he created me specifically to torture me forever, because he's going to send me to hell and he's going to torture me forever for knowing full well that if I was born that I would be an atheist. So why even let me be born in the first place? Why not just send me straight to hell?
Okay, I see your point. So
Yeah. So
God,
again, why are we here? If
God
there's
gave
this,
us free will, and He knows. So basically,
Right.
God gave us free will, and He knows what we're gonna do with it.
okay, but you understand, Zaska, what you told me was he takes our free will away and gives us eternal joy in heaven. He takes our free will away and gives us eternal misery in hell. But we have to prove it here. Are you seeing how this doesn't make sense? Because if he already knows what we're going to do, he should just put us there. He should just put our souls there and be done. There's no point being here.
Honestly, I know there's a lot of complication there. Like,
Well, it's nonsense. That's the complication.
maybe it is. Maybe it is, man. You know, every human being has doubts.
Right.
Doubt.
Yeah.
I guess everybody questioned Christianity. Like, whoever
got
was
you.
Christian question if God exists. And
So here, think of it this way, Zaska. Here's another way to think of it. So, like, if because we're here to prove ourselves, like he's here to we're here to be tested, right? That's like another way to say to prove ourselves. It's a test, right?
but he already knows.
He already knows, right? So if the teacher already knows the students will pass the test, what's the point of giving them the test? Pass or fail, right?
It's like checking to be sure. Like some people check twice if they actually turn off the lights.
But they know, yeah. It's like you check twice because we don't have all the knowledge, right? But God has all the knowledge. He knows whether or not we will pass the test. So there's no reason to give us a test. Yeah, absolutely, Jade.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Wow.
Jade, what did you want to
really
say? Yeah.
I feel as though like a lot of guests like will come in and say like they use that as their argument, like, oh, he's all knowing, he's omnipotent. Like I feel like, and like these are the things that people will say to you because you have a rebuttal, like you have something, like you're like, oh, but why did he do this? Why did he do that? Because he knows everything. Because you're not, it's like telling you don't question it. He knows everything. Like your parent will tell you, like my mom, she always would tell me like, don't ask me why I'm telling you not to go to the stranger's house because I said so. Because I said so. That's the excuse. Like that's what they say for God. Like, oh, because he knows everything. So don't ask him why he didn't just, like you're saying, like if he knew I was gonna be an atheist, like I was a Christian, if he knew I was gonna be an atheist, why like if I'm gonna burn in hell, just send me to hell. It's just an excuse to me. Like
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
You see what we're saying, Zaska?
Yeah, you gave me the example of the teacher. Like, if the student already knows that he knows he will ace the test, why give him the test?
Right. He knows for a fact. Like, there's no doubt in it. Like,
there's no doubt in him.
Absolutely knows 100%.
He knows 100%. Then
no need to
why
give
go
him a
to the
test.
classes?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then why go to the classes?
Exactly.
Like,
Why go to class? Why even have a class? Why even have a school? Because if they already know or don't know, and there's nothing you can do or say to help them pass it or fail it, then what's the point?
well, from everything we've talked about, my argument will be that that's what God will want to do. Like, that's just what He wants.
That's just what He wants. Yeah.
Yeah, like to do a simulation. Like,
okay,
but that's the same thing. Like you're saying the same thing. That's just what he wants. That's what because I said so. It's the same thing.
because God says so.
I mean, let's say we're on paper, and God made this paper into we're 2D, and God made us 3D somehow. Like, I don't know, can that, like, if on 2D we're like practically perfect for 3D. There's no mistake. There's no error in what he. How can I put this, man? So let's say we're 2D, yeah, we're 2D, and God sketched us in a way so that if we were 3D, there will be no error. Like, He perfectly knows everything about those
Understood.
2D images. Yeah.
Okay. So here's another way to look at it. Oh, go ahead. Go and finish what you were saying. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought you were done.
So the question will be, why bother putting them in 3D? Like, why would you bother giving them 3D if
Perfect.
you already knew that that in 2D the sketch for the 3D is already made?
Okay. So that's a great point. So why would God then not make us 3D? Because wouldn't you say, like, if we had more knowledge, Zaska, of why to do something or not to do something, do you think that we would be better people?
Can you repeat that, please?
Like, if we had foreknowledge of whether or not something is going to have a bad outcome or a good outcome, right? Like, say if I do an action now, like let's just say I say something to one of my friends, that like I tell them a secret, and but I don't know that if they know the secret that it will cause them harm in the future, right? Now you could say, well, I didn't know, so you can't really blame me for that. But let's just say if I knew for a fact that if I told them the secret that it would cause them harm, or if I told them the secret that it actually would benefit their lives, wouldn't you say that would lead to better outcomes? Like if we knew the consequences of our actions?
If we knew the
like if we knew 100%.
With you, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't completely grasp everything you said.
Okay, let me try again. If we knew the 100%, like if we were able to predict the future, let me just put it that way. So like if I know everything. Yeah, if we just can predict the future, if we know everything, wouldn't that make us better people?
I mean, good point. Well, let's say where everyone is equally smart.
Yeah.
So not absolute smart. Like we don't know everything. We just know some things, but not everything. But everyone knows the same thing.
Everyone knows the same thing. Yeah. And so like we would know something like if I was going to tell you something, Zoska, and I knew it would hurt your feelings, like I knew 100% it would hurt your feelings. Do you think that, what do you think? Do you think that I would have a better chance of doing the right thing?
So if you tell me a secret, it will harm me.
Yeah, if I know it will harm you, then
and it will harm me.
Yeah.
And man, I'm sorry, man. I can't grasp it.
Okay. So I guess what I'm getting at is, it would seem to me that if God, like if you're saying God put us in a 2D world and he lives in a 3D world, it would seem to me that God would get better results if he put us all in the 3D world in the first place, because then we would have a better understanding of reality. And then we wouldn't do some of the things that we are doing that you would consider sin, right?
Okay.
Like a lot of us wouldn't. Now there probably would still be some who would still continue to do bad things, okay? But maybe not. Yeah. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that it seems to me that putting us in a 2D world and then he's expecting 3D results. Do you see what I mean?
I see. Okay.
You understand? Okay. And so that doesn't seem fair, because that's just like me being born, like God knowing I was going to be an atheist, and then he put me in this 2D world anyway and does not give me any evidence that he is real. He gives me no chance to know whether or not he's real. And I'm on here every day, Zoska. I'm asking people for evidence, and nobody can give me evidence.
I see. I admire that. Like, Jan, like there's some other guy that does the same thing.
Yeah.
Some guy from America, like.
Yeah. So why would he put me in a 2D world and not give me any reason to believe that he is real? And then then punish me, after I die, because I don't believe it, because I can't possibly see it.
Yeah, I completely got what you're saying.
Okay.
Well, I have 2 points.
All right.
The first one, God made us. No, not God made us. God wanted to do something pointless just because he wanted to. That's one I can think of. Like, he just did it because he wanted. Because
that's just what he wants. He can do anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like, did he do evil in this scenario? Like, he gave the test, even if they knew they were gonna pass. Did he do any harm?
Well, I would say yes, because he's giving the test even though he knows who's going to pass and who's going to fail, and then he's punishing the people who fail. Yeah, that's harmful.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he would already have done even if they didn't take the test, because he knew that.
Right. So
basically, so it's basically something pointless that he did. He just wanted to.
Yeah,
And
and that's evil.
yeah,
I'm sorry, that's evil.
so he did something that wait, so basically that's evil.
Yeah, I think that's evil.
Doing something pointless, like let's say I just toss a rock in the ocean. That's pointless,
Not
right?
by itself, but if you know that
What do
tossing
you
that
mean,
rock
okay?
will kill a bunch of fish and you do it anyway,
No, if those fish will die either way, what's actually the harm?
well, because
Like,
you're causing the death of the fish instead of letting them die naturally. And
but
so the point is that if he's giving the
I
test,
see.
knowing I'm going to fail the test, then there's no point in him and he's only doing it just because he wants to. That's evil. That's bad. Because he already knows
Okay, well,
what my outcome will be. He might as well, like, why put me through all of that just because he wants to, because he desires it. We shouldn't do things just because we desire it. Like, we should do things because, sometimes because they cause less harm or they don't cause any harm, right? They cause less harm, they benefit, or they don't cause any harm. That's why we should do things. We shouldn't do things just because we want to. You see what I mean? All right. Well, hey, Zoska. Oh, well, he dropped anyway. He lost his connection anyway. But that's just the thing. So, and so this kind of makes my point. Mr. Shark is saying he doesn't have evidence because he doesn't know how to communicate with God. Well, that's just it. If I'm in a 2D world and God's in a 3D world and he's expecting me to know 3D things but only puts me in a 2D world, then whose fault is that? Not my fault.
It's God's fault.
It's God's fault. Exactly. Because he didn't
Have you
give
ever
me
thought it's getting good?
Yeah, he didn't give me the capacity to do it. And then he's going to torture me for that forever.
Well, this seems like a skill issue, Tris. I mean, if you just got good, you would be able to
Get good. Exactly. Get good. So I should get aim trainer, and
Exactly.
Exactly.
You got
Get
aim trainer, then while you're in that 2D world, it would show you the 3D, and then bam, you see?
See? So it's
just get good.
Yeah, just get good. That's all I got to do. Just get good. I need to learn to pray.
You didn't
harder.
download the right mods. You didn't
Well, see,
download
here's
the
the
right
thing.
mods.
I shouldn't have to pray. According to the Bible, I don't need to pray at all. Because here's the thing. Here's the other thing about this. This is why I know Christians don't read their Bible. Because they keep telling me I have to do something when any of them can convert me. Any of them can convince me. Because all you have to do is follow your Bible. Let's read the Bible together. This is just wild that I'm doing Bible study for Christians who don't know how to read their own fucking Bible. This is
Right.
wild.
And
This
then
is
the dude's
wild
like,
to
I
me.
don't read the Bible. Then why are you coming on live to talk about it then? Like,
Yeah,
go
exactly.
read it.
Or believe it. Yeah. Why do you believe it if you haven't read it?
Yes, exactly. You just
Matthew.
believe everything's in it without even knowing what's in it.
Right.
Make it make sense.
1 Peter 3, verse 15 to 16. And see, this is why I know y'all haven't read your Bible. Because
Go
it's
therefore and make disciples of all nations. Baptize them in the name of the Father and the Son and of the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything that I have commanded you. And remember, I am with you always to the end of age.
Yeah. So that's not my job. It's not for you to tell me, oh, it's okay, Tosca, your time was up anyway. But it's not for you to tell me, go pray harder. It's not for you to tell me, oh, you're just missing this or you're not doing this right. It is up to you to convince me. That is your job as a Christian. Let's go to the next one. 1 Peter 3, verses 15 and 16.
But in your hearts sanctify Christ as Lord. Always be ready to make your defense to anyone who demands from you an accounting for the hope that is in you. Yet do it with gentleness and respect. Maintain a good conscience so that when you are maligned, those who abuse you for your good conduct in Christ may be put to shame.
So yeah, it's your job. We're asking for receipts up here. Jade, Jessica, Hammy, and we're asking for receipts. That's the accounting. So you have no excuse. telling me to go pray, telling me to go read the Bible, telling me to do this, telling me to do that. That is not giving receipts. That's what it is. So, do you rest well? Yeah, I rest well. Do you ever feel at peace? All the time. So, I feel peaceful all the time. All the time. I actually live a pretty peaceful life. Now, it's not perfect, but it's actually pretty serene.
I'm pretty peaceful. I mean, this Friday I'm going to be doing a D&D session at my brother-in-law's house.
Yeah.
For my nephew.
Yeah.
I think that's a win. I'm winning at life right now for that.
How about Mr. Shark? You just see, Mr. Shark can't come up, or Mrs. Harks. No, why don't you come up and talk to us? So don't hide in the chat. Don't hide in the comments. Come up and talk to us. Talk amongst yourselves. I gotta go. I'll be right back.
Jay, do you like D&D? I saw that comment.
Yes, I do. I mean, I've only like played one time in college, but like I read tarot cards, so like it's cool. Like people use tarot cards in
That's-
D&D.
Yeah, I had to wanted to make a point about Romans 9. I guess my mic wasn't working, but it said, are y'all familiar with the verse? Is like it's not dependent on the man, on human effort, or hold on, let me go look. Or hold on.
Well, while Jessica's looking, yeah, Jade, everybody who is going to be playing, besides me, they are all first-time players.
Oh, wait, did you say it was like with your family?
No, this is going to be in person. This is at my brother-in-law's house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So everyone's going to be first-time players, and so basically Fridays are session 0, so I will be explaining them how D&D works while also helping them build characters.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now back to I want to get back on my soapbox. So back to the Christians, so-called Christians who are hiding in the comments and making comments. You have no excuse. You're not real Christians, or you're scared. You're scared. This is your job. So what makes you so special that you don't get to follow your Bible? It says it right here. So tell me why you don't have to do this. Explain to me why.
Why do you not have to give an accounting?
Yeah.
For the hope that is in you.
Why don't you have to do that? Explain to me why. What exemption did you get from God? So you have no excuse. And so if this were true, you should be able to convert all of us. No, you are hiding. Come up here on the live and explain to me. Give me an accounting. So you are hiding. Get up here on the live. Don't hide in the comments. Request up and let's talk. Because as far as I'm concerned, you're a coward if you're going to sit there in the comments and ask questions. Get up here and give us an accounting of the hope that's within you. That's what we're demanding. Make your defense.
Period.
Don't fucking ask me what peace is. Don't ask me questions. Get your ass up here and give an accounting. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. Show us that mustard seed. Exactly, Nawe. So if you're a real Christian, get up here. Bring it up. Bring it. We're waiting. We're waiting for the evidence. We're waiting for the accounting. We're waiting for your defense. I didn't lose my peace. I'm being emphatic. You see, this is the thing. Again, Christians have their own dictionary. Words don't mean words with them. You're mistaking passion and emphasis and being emphatic with losing peace. It's not about that. See, that's the thing, is if you even raise your voice a little bit, they're just like, you're angry. No, it's not that. See, this is also emotional manipulation and emotional abuse. That's what this is. This is gaslighting. That's what this is. So
I don't believe whenever
get up here and give your accounting. You have no excuse.
Just because somebody gets loud doesn't mean they're angry. That just means you have a problem with tone policing.
Right, exactly.
Exactly. Okay. See, this is good. Bradley, you're up here. All right. How you doing, Bradley?
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. First off, can
All
we
right,
get your
perfect.
age and your pronouns, please?
My age is I'm 26 and I'm a male.
Okay. Well, that's your
Lord.
sex. Yeah. So do you prefer to be
Oh, I guess
called go by they them?
I guess he him. I guess.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. All right. Which God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus Christ.
All right. Okay. So yeah, you heard me kind of go off on the accounting, and
Yeah,
so
I get it. Yep, I 100%
all right.
get it.
All right. So and part of the accounting is we're asking what your best evidence is that your God is not evil. So what do you got?
Then my God is all right. Perfect. I am at work, so if I do have to dip
That's fair.
here or there, I will.
That's fair.
I'll let you
Oh
know.
yeah, do your
But,
thing. Yeah, do your thing.
But
All good.
so I guess my accounting, I'm a little nervous because I've never
Okay.
actually debated my faith. I've talked to people about it. I've done some charity work down in LA. I live in California.
Okay.
So I've done a few outreach programs with a church down there in
Mhm.
LA. They kind
All
of,
right.
they, believe it or not, they work out of a they work out of a nightclub, but so
Oh,
it's a
okay.
small church.
Well,
But
here, let me push
but
it along a little bit. Yeah, I just want to get to
all
your
right, yep,
evidence.
no problem. 100%.
Appreciate that.
So I guess that would kind of be my segue into why my God is not evil. It's kind of like, so you're familiar with testimonies and such. So people
Yeah.
that become Christians, they have their testimonies.
Uh-huh.
So I've been able to see quite a few of those testimonies in my life,
Uh-huh.
and kind of how God has worked through people. So
Okay.
I guess this would be a testament as to why God is not evil. And I get that there's a perception of God as God
Okay.
the Father. I guess it would be there's a lot of verses in the Bible in the Old Testament and such as where he goes and I guess it would be kind of like scorched earth on different
Yeah.
cities and that he would have people go in his name and essentially destroy cities to
Okay.
make the way for God's chosen people.
Gotcha.
And that would kind of be a perception of why he would be evil. Obviously the story of Job would be a very hard
Yeah.
story to grasp as far as why would a loving God allow someone to go through that,
Okay. Let me ask you a question, Brad.
Yes.
So, if you had here comes the uncle, everybody. You had an uncle that you love who is awesome to you, as every Christmas, every birthday brings you like the best gift, right? Is very kind to you, gives you great advice. All of like your brothers and sisters love this uncle, to the max, right? And he's great to everybody.
Yes.
And he does volunteer work, all that stuff, right? Yet he but he tortures, he has a basement full of kids that he tortures every day. Is he still a good uncle?
No.
Okay. How
He would
many
not be-
Okay. How many kids, what's the minimum number of kids that he could torture that would still, you would still consider him a good uncle with all the other good things he does? What's the minimum number?
I would say it would be 0.
It would be 0. Okay. So if we have this God that is genociding people, that is killing babies, that is unaliving, ripping pregnant bellies open in Hosea 3:16, that is allowing and commanding rape in 2 Samuel, that is sending a pestilence that kills 70,000 people in Chronicles and Kings. But you're saying, but all these loving things happen. Are you saying then that this God is still good?
So the verses that you be referring to, I would have to relook them up because I'm not. I would have to.
Yeah, I can help you with that.
Figure them out. I do know as far as the plagues. So the plagues that you're referring to. I've recently seen online that the debate. I believe it was 2 Samuel that you were referring to.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, but Oh,
Yeah,
I got a good one
I've
here.
seen that one coming up. I'd have to. I don't have my Bible in front of me to look it up for context. But so you're referring to God as a uncle, correct?
Yeah,
Who would be
God
doing
in this
this?
case, the uncle is God.
Correct.
And so you're saying
So
this God is, you know,
so
is
my argument there, I would have to say, is so we're told, like you were saying earlier, to read the Bible, right? So the Bible is essentially a record of history of I would say of the Christian history, if that is an accurate depiction of it, right?
Okay.
So what we are supposed to A, believe in, and B, educate ourselves on, right? As far
Okay.
as how the Bible goes, as far as how to live, how to be a Christian.
Is
right?
everything in the
How to-
Bible, are all the events that happen in the Bible actually, did they actually happen?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I do believe that all the events in the Bible happened. I believe that there are historical evidence so far that we've seen, and there's more coming out all the time as far as different historical
All right.
evidence that is being found. But yes, I do believe that all the events in the Bible are true.
Okay. So let's go take a look at 2 Samuel chapter 24. So this is David's census, right?
Yes.
And now in this version, God incites David to do the census, but then he tells him not to. So it's a little bit confusing. Now, so
It's
it
kind of
says
like Abraham. Yeah.
yeah. So it says here.
But afterward,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
But afterward, David was stricken to the heart because he had numbered the people. David said to the Lord, I have sinned greatly in what I have done, but now, O Lord, I pray you, take away the guilt of your servant, for I have done very foolishly. When David rose in the morning, the word of the Lord came to the prophet Gad, David's seer, saying, Go and say to David, Thus saith the Lord, 3 things I offer you. Choose one of them, and I will do it to you. So God came to David and told him. He asked him, Shall 7 years of famine come to you on your land? Or will you flee 3 months before your foes while they pursue you? Or shall there be 3 days pestilence in your land? Now consider and decide what answer I shall return to the one who sent me. Then David said to Gad, I am in great distress. Let us fall into the hands of the Lord, for his mercy is great, but let me not fall into human hands. So the Lord sent a pestilence on Israel from that morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 of the people died.
Okay, can you stop
From
right there real
then
quick?
to-
Sorry, Hammy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump to 17. Oh, right there. Yeah, there we go.
All right, here we go. When David saw the angel who was destroying the people, he said to the Lord, I alone have sinned, and I, the shepherd, have done evil. But these sheep, what have they done? Let your hand, I pray, be against me and against my father's house.
So Brad, is that good?
I would say that is, from my understanding of the Old Testament, that is, I would not say for someone like me, right? That would be something hard to swallow, right? But that was a very fallen world and people were very wicked. I would say they're equally wicked today, but the difference between back then and today is there was no ultimate sacrifice of forgiveness.
Okay.
So
Whose fault is that?
so in a fallen world, there was a price to pay, correct?
Okay. So if I hear what you're saying it was good for God to kill 70,000 people for what David did.
It was not in my opinion, but I would say that is it's a hard pill to swallow, but that was just for the time.
It was just for the time? Okay.
Because there had to be a consequence. There had to be consequence for sin. So
Okay.
if that's the case, then he was given the option and he picked the option. Today there is no such option that needs to be. There's no conversation like that would ever have to take place.
Okay.
Ever
So
again.
it was the morally right thing to do for God to kill 70,000 people. That's all I need to hear you. I just need to hear you say that.
Yeah, but that's for the time.
For the time. Yeah, you're giving us reasons. I'm asking you whether or not it's morally good. You're saying it's morally good.
I would say I would not. I don't think God is ultimately in charge of what is morally good.
What?
Oh, that's different. You are
I
a
think-
different
I think
brand
God-
of Christian.
I think God is in charge of what is morally right and just,
Okay.
not what is necessarily good.
Okay, so this was the moral right thing to do, to kill 70,000 people for punishing David, in order to punish David.
No, I'm gonna put a shim underneath. Yeah, but no, I think it was. I think it was just. So I think so.
Okay.
Here's a question I would ask you though. So if someone were to say, if we were to take the same scenario, right? If someone were to say commit a, I don't know what terminology I can use on here, right?
Just say like
But-
unalive and like schmurder.
All right. So if someone were to unalive someone, say,
Mhm.
right, in society in a horrific way, right?
Yep.
Would it be a good thing to would it be a just thing to prosecute that person to the full measure of the law, right? Would it be a good thing, a just thing, even though it's a hard thing to do?
Yes, and I would even take it one step further. If you didn't prosecute that person, that would be an unjust thing to do. That would be the wrong thing to do. So,
Correct.
but let's.
But it is a but the
Well, hold
action
on.
of doing that is a morally, one might say, is a so like unaliving someone in any instance is a hard thing to do.
Okay.
Right? It's
So
a
we
rough
gotta-
thing to do because
Well, hold
because
on, Brad.
to-
We gotta line this up because your example doesn't quite fit with what happened here. Because what happened here is that David performed the census as king, and then the punishment was that the God sent the pestilence that killed 70,000 people, not David. Right?
Right.
So to line up your example, what it would have to be is somebody unalives someone else, right? And we take that person, and what we do is instead of punishing that person who committed the unalivement, we punish their entire family. Would that be the right thing to do?
I don't think that would be the right thing to do.
Okay. So what makes it
But-
right for God to do this?
I believe it was a different time. So I believe the wrath of God was much different in a fallen world than it
Okay.
was in a forgiven world.
Okay, so did God back then, is God all knowing? Meaning
Is
that
God all knowing?
Yeah,
God
meaning
is-
that back then he knew that punishing somebody who didn't commit a sin for somebody else who did commit a sin would be wrong today. Did he know that back then?
Did he know that back then? See, this is where it gets tricky with God, right? And I'll explain because hold on, because God is all knowing, right?
Right.
And this is so but God is all knowing. outside of reality.
What?
Right?
I grant
So-
that. Yeah, I grant
so if
God's
God-
knowledge
so
is
if-
outside of reality. Yes.
Correct.
It is
So if
unrealistic,
God's-
yes.
So if God's because you have to put this into a infinite perspective.
Yeah.
Right. So if God can create, can create something like the world, right? Something like our galaxy, our solar system, outside of time and space, right? If he is this powerful, so if he is out of time, space, reality, then to simplify, I guess, I don't know if that's a word, simplify?
Yeah,
To-
simplify.
To
Mhm.
Yeah, to simplify a statement to say that God is all-knowing, right? Which would assume that he knows what I'm going to do, he knows what you're going to do, therefore he can counteract the actions and take
Well,
away free will.
that's how I would define all knowing is he
Right,
knows
but-
everything.
But
He knows all.
you're assuming that because he knows all, that he would take away your free will. So essentially, if we didn't have free will,
That's not what I'm
if we
saying.
Wait, what
didn't-
does free will have to do with 70,000 people dying?
Yeah.
free will has to do with all knowing. So if God is all knowing, then the assumption that he could change the actions, right? The assumption that he could change morality as we know it,
Uh-huh.
that he could, like all of it, which he did when
Well,
he
I'm
when he
trying
died
to
on the cross.
Okay.
right?
Well,
But-
hold on. Let me stop you right there. I'm not understanding what this has to do with the times. Like anything you're saying right
you mean
now.
the times
Anything you're
back
saying
then
right
versus
now.
now.
Yeah,
times
because
back
you're
then
saying it
versus
was
now.
because of the times that God had to kill
Yes.
70,000 people with a pestilence. But then you brought in like the aspect of free will, and see the problem with that. Well, you're teacupping here, so if you're away from the app, I can't hear you. So, just FYI, I don't know if you can hear me.
I accidentally.
No,
closed
it's
my
fine.
phone,
It's
my
fine.
bad.
It's just I'm just letting you know if you swipe away, then I can't hear you when you
Gotcha.
talk. So,
Gotcha.
so I guess what I'm trying to understand is because there's kind of two things you're kind of bringing up here. The first thing is that it was because of the times that period of time God had to kill 70,000 people, and then
he didn't have to. He didn't
Okay.
have to kill those people, but
he
it
didn't
was-
have to. Okay. So, so what I'm trying to, we'll just take this one at a time. So if he didn't have to, are you saying, why didn't he punish David? Because David is the person who committed the sin. It even says it in verse 17. I alone have sinned. It says it right here. He said to the Lord, and I, the shepherd, have done evil. So if even David is copping to this, he's the one that said, I alone have sinned and I, the shepherd, have done evil. But these sheep, what have they done? It says it right here.
Right.
So help me understand, Brad. Why would a God punish innocent people for something David did?
Yes. And
What is good? What is morally? What is just about that?
I would like I was saying, it would be like the only way I can explain it, which I was like trying to a little bit, but it's like the best way I can explain it is that there is the wrath of God.
Well, what if it was you in the 70,000? What if we all just found out we were about to get killed for Trump's sin? Like, how would you feel about that?
I would argue that if in modern
that's a
modern
great
time, I would argue that in modern times, right, the equivalent of evil in modern times would be the equivalent of evil back then. I would say
Okay.
that would probably we could agree on that, right?
Okay.
That didn't answer
If-
my question. Let's
right?
Yeah,
move
we're
on.
not. Yeah, it's not answering Jessica's question.
Well, I'm getting there because what happened back then, right? I would say God's judgment, right? Back then would never take place in the modern day.
Okay.
And
I mean, you don't know
simply-
that.
Well, you
Simply,
don't.
we do.
Number one, but we're kind of. Well, wait a minute. We're kind of getting lost in the weeds here, Brad, because what we're trying to understand is why was this morally right for God to kill 70,000 people for David's sin, especially
I
when
would
David
say it
admitted
was-
to it, he copped to it, and this is the part we're not hearing. And Jessica's example was like a parallel, like if let's just say the Iranians, all right, are sending something that's going to kill 70,000 people because of something Trump did or said. Did they do the right thing?
No, I would say
Okay,
not, because
no.
that is morally because morally that's wrong on a human level.
Okay.
But on an infinite level that God would be on for the time, a fallen world, like I said, where there is no atonement for sin.
Why is that? How
was
does
the
this atone for sin? Yeah. Why is this morally right? You're just saying it's because of the times, but I'm not understanding why. Why does the times impact this?
Well, the times impact it is because one, there was no atonement for sin back then.
Well, actually, there was.
is in
There was.
well,
Yeah.
well, that was it. Technically, that was it.
There was atonement
right?
for sin. Yeah, in the Mosaic Law, what you could do was you could take an ephah of flour to the priest, and the priest could burn it as like incense, and then that was an offering to God, and your sin would be forgiven. And there's many other instances in the Old Testament where people had their sins forgiven. God would just forgive their sins. So there was atonement. There was. So
Right.
that's what I'm trying to understand. If there was atonement, okay, there was atonement. So that means David, see, this actually makes it worse, Brad, because that means David could have gotten this sin forgiven by simply going to the temple and he was a pretty rich guy. He was a king. So he
He was a king, yeah.
he could sacrifice a ram. He could have sacrificed some pigeons or turtle doves or whatever. He could have made a sacrifice and he could have atoned for the sin and had his sin forgiven. And that didn't happen. God went out of his way to send Gad and tell him, this is what's going to happen. So I'm trying to understand, because what you're saying isn't adding up. It's like the circle's just not adding up here. If there were ways for David to atone for the sin, why did God have to send a pestilence to kill 70,000 people?
Because David went to God with the sin, and God
What?
gave him the option, right? Is that didn't David
no.
go to God?
No. It said God sent the prophet to David. It says, go and say to David, thus says the Lord, 3 things I offer you. So it was actually God who went to David. So it wasn't like that. So David could have atoned for this. God didn't have to send the prophet. He didn't have to do this. So I'm trying to understand what makes it morally right for God to do this when there was another way to do this without anyone dying.
Well, I would have to say, well, David probably didn't go and atone for his sins.
Well, it says
That's
here,
the only thing I
he
can
didn't give him
say.
time. It was like the next day. It was seriously, it was like a day. Like they did the survey, they did the census, and then it says, but afterward, David was stricken to the heart because he had numbered the people. David said to the Lord, I have sinned greatly in what I've done, but now, Lord, I pray you take away the guilt, for I've done very foolishly. When David rose the next morning, the word of the Lord came to the prophet Gad, David's seer, saying, go and say to David. So he gave him like a day. So he rose the next morning. He could have headed to the temple the next morning and done the offering and then be done with it. But no, it says here that God sent the prophet right then and there.
Right. So I don't know. Well,
He didn't give him a lot of time.
That's true. This is true. But
Yeah.
that was God's atonement. And it's
Okay. So
but
again,
to say,
we're just not.
here's a,
We're
it's
just not. I'm
it's
just not hearing an explanation for why it was morally right to kill 70,000 people when there was another way, when nobody had to die.
Well, it's like this is one of the things I would say is hard to would be hard to to swallow, I guess. It's like, but it's like you can't judge. It's like you can't really go against God, right?
Why not?
Because it's like, well, because it's like infinite. It's like you cannot go against God, and it's like, but then on the other hand, it's like, if you want me to answer the question of how is God not evil,
Yeah.
by using a story like this, it's like, well, how is God not evil? Well, it's like putting yourself on a cross for the sins of humanity
Okay.
I would probably say is hard to explain as well.
Okay. So
You know, I would say that's like, I would say knowing that you're putting yourself on a cross for the sins of humanity to save humanity,
all right.
I would say,
Mind you, he didn't have
is
to do that.
Yeah.
Nobody asked him to do
which
that.
is which I would say, why would he do that?
He could
Okay.
have just forgiven us.
But we could be, and we can look at the logic of that, because
Right, but
Okay.
they're like, but here's the thing with God, there has to be an atonement of sin.
there
Because
has
it's
to be an
like,
atonement of
because,
sin. But there
because
was,
without,
that's the point. There already
without,
was an atonement
but
for
here's the
sin.
thing. Here's the thing. Without conviction, without true conviction, without true consequence, it's like, where would you get your morality? If you didn't feel convicted
Okay.
convicted on what's right and wrong, where would you get your reality?
Well, I'm certainly not getting my morality from a guy who killed 70,000 people for David's sin. That's not a
Yeah.
good place to get morality.
I don't think that's a very good place to get morality either.
But for God, it was like, look, I made reality as it exists, right? God created everything, right? He allowed everything into existence,
Okay.
including sin.
This still
Right.
doesn't explain why he had to kill 70,000 people when there was another
But it
choice.
also doesn't explain why he would have to sacrifice himself on the cross.
Well,
Here's
that's
my
the other
saying.
part
This is my
that
saying,
doesn't
but-
make sense, Brad,
right,
because
right, but this is my
Okay.
point. This is my point. That is the
it doesn't make
atonement of
sense
sin.
either. Okay,
That
but
is
hear
I
me,
know,
hear
but
me
that
out,
is the
Brad.
sacrifice for sin.
Hear me out.
Right?
Hear me
so
out.
But
Okay, hear me out, Brad. Hear me out.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
all right. Hear me out. Hear me out. So, okay, so God sacrificed himself, right?
Right.
Who
Because
did he?
of sin.
Wait, hold on. Who did he sacrifice himself to?
He sacrificed himself to no one. He sacrificed himself
To no one. Well, wait a minute.
For
Who?
us.
Well, if he didn't sacrifice himself, what would have happened to us?
We would all be living. Technically, we would all be living in sin, and there would be we would have to continue on with the rituals or sacrificial.
Who would
things.
send us? Okay, so if God didn't sacrifice himself, who would have sent us to hell?
Who would have sent us to hell?
Yeah.
Well, that would be God.
That would be God. So he sacrificed himself to himself, right?
No.
To save us from himself.
No, he didn't sacrifice himself to himself.
Yes, he
Okay,
did.
but who was the
himself-
sacrifice for then?
Sacrifice was
okay, well, in
for-
the Old Testament, when people were sacrificing things, who were they sacrificing it to?
They were sacrificing it for the atonement of
No.
their sins
I said
to God.
two. I said two.
I said it. I said to God.
Oh, to God.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so God sacrificed himself to himself and to save us, right? It was to save us.
No.
Jesus saves,
No.
right? Save us from what?
Well, you're getting one thing wrong.
What?
You're getting one thing.
Jesus doesn't
you're getting
save?
one thing wrong, which a lot of the people get wrong. There was no
Oh, Lord.
sacrifice. There was no sacrifice to anyone.
Okay.
When Jesus died on the cross, it was
Then you-
for.
Bradley, I'm
That's
sorry.
what- that's
You
the
just
point
don't
of-
understand
that's the point
the
of the Je-
sacrifice.
That's the point of Jesus.
You don't understand the sacrifice.
that's the point of Jesus.
You don't sacrifice to nobody. You have to sacrifice to somebody, to something. Then it's not
Bradley,
a
the thing-
sacrifice.
When sacrifice
Sorry,
was
someone tried to call me.
introduced when sacrifice
Yeah.
was introduced, it was to atone for your sins.
Billy the Silly to
against
save us
God.
on car insurance.
So you,
Caleb, not yet.
so hi,
hi.
But so you were, but you,
All right, Caleb.
but you, the sacrificing of animals and stuff like that was to God because you are atoning for the sins you created.
Yeah.
Jesus was supposed to be the ultimate sacrifices that end that. So this is God coming down in human form to sacrifice himself to himself to atone for our sins.
Yes.
I would not say he's sacrificing himself to himself.
You got to read the Bible then, Brad, because it does say in the Old Testament that the sacrifices were necessary because the smell of burnt flesh was a pleasing aroma to God. And so it's all over the Old Testament. It's all over that. That's the reason
Correct, but
why they had to
that-
sacrifice animals, and God, and
Yes,
so
but-
Jesus
but
was
I
the
would-
replacement for animals, right?
Yes. So
Okay,
yes.
so then he was
Jesus-
sacrificing himself to himself. Yes, he sacrificed himself to himself.
No. No.
So Jesus isn't God?
So
No,
Jesus
you-
isn't God then.
No, Jesus is God.
Okay.
Okay,
But,
so
but there
the
was.
thing is
It's not sacrificing to nobody.
this is how this works within Christianity, right? So God had sat there and decided that, and again, this is within Christianity, not actually.
That is the Trinity. Yes.
Well, within Christianity, God had sat there and said that there needs to be the ultimate sacrifice, so that way to appease all sin from here on out.
All right, pulls on.
That so then he so he says, I need to come down in human form to be able to cover that sin. And so if we already know that the idea of sacrificing things is to God because we're atoning for our sins, then God sending himself down in human form to be that sacrifice, it is literally God sacrificing himself to himself to atone us of our sin.
It's not to himself though.
Okay, so then
all right.
then again, this is why I'm saying you don't understand the idea of sacrifice.
But
Well,
I
hang on, help
understand
us
the
out with this,
idea
Brad.
of-
Help. I got a question. What was the sacrifice? What was the point of the sacrifice then? What was it
Point of-
accomplishing?
Which sacrifice, Jesus or
Old Testament
sacrifice in general? Old
Old
Testament
before.
sacrifice.
Yeah. What
So
was it? What
Old
was it
Te-
accomplishing? Yeah.
So I would say the Old Testament sacrifice was just so as best as I can understand, because I'm not, like I said, not like a professional debater on this or whatever, right? This is from what I gather from myself, because it's like I don't go to church as much, if at all. So I strictly just read the Bible when I can, right? And from my understanding of it, right?
Okay.
And so, so the best way I could explain the sacrifice of the Old Testament is whenever, so if I were to sin, right? If I were to sin and I was convicted upon that, so, Old Testament, you have your 10 Commandments, right? So it's like, if I was convicted on that, I would go to God, right? I would ask for forgiveness. I feel guilty. I would try to make it right with whoever I wronged, right?
There it is.
Right. So in the Old Testament, so in the Old Testament, when you sinned, there was not that one-on-one, right? Which I think in Catholicism they get wrong, but there wasn't that one-on-one with God. So God proceeded in the temple. You would go to the priest. You would sacrifice. You would make that right, and then you would make it right with God. So, as to my knowledge, if I'm correct, that is what the sacrifice was for. right? Because
Was
there
to
was
make
no
it right with God, right?
correct for what you've done wrong.
Okay, so
Right.
you were sacrificing to God,
Not
not
you were
to no one.
sacrificing. Right, you were sacrificing to God on behalf of your sins. Yes.
Okay, so that
It-
means
it-
that okay, and that was the point of Jesus making the sacrifice, so that nobody would have to sacrifice anymore like that, right?
Yes.
There we go. So that means God sacrificed himself to himself.
Yeah, but that is where it gets. This is where it get. I would say it would get sketchy, is because you can't. If you
Oh, I'm so clipping
you
this.
you cannot sacrifice yourself to yourself. You're sacrificing yourself so that doesn't have to happen.
And that's why I don't believe it, Brad, because you're
That makes
absolutely
no
right.
sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
No, it does, because you think it. All right, let me explain it.
No,
So
you can't
when-
explain it, Bradley. It
when
just
when Jesus
This doesn't make
sacrifices
sense.
him, Jesus sacrifices himself on the cross for
Uh-huh.
humanity,
Uh-huh.
that makes it so that we no longer have to sacrifice.
Exactly.
So it's
And
not
who
it's
are-
not a
and-
sa- it's not
okay.
it's not necessarily a sacrificial. It's not necessarily a sacrifice atoning, right? It's a sacrifice so that you no longer have to have to
Yes.
sacrifice things, because you are forgiven.
Okay, so
Right, to-
hold on, Brad. Okay, so let's kind of work through this slowly. So because you earlier said that the sacrifices in the Old Testament were to God, right?
We're to God for sin.
Yes. And then you just said that the sacrifice of Jesus was so that we would not have to do sacrifices as was done in the Old Testament, which were to God. Sorry, we muted you because of the noise in the background. So just hit your microphone so you can unmute when you're ready to talk. So,
My bad.
right?
I was at work, so I was.
No, yeah, it's fine.
But
It's
yeah.
it's just background noise. Yeah, that's the only reason we muted you, because of background noise. So,
Yeah,
okay.
no, I get it.
Okay, so if in the Old Testament people were sacrificing to God, and Jesus' sacrifice was that so people would not any longer have to sacrifice to God, that means that Jesus was God. God sacrificed himself to himself.
I would not. No, because I'll stick to this. I'll stick to this because that would be a fallacy, right? So
And it was a sacrifice too, Bradley.
It was not to. It was for the sacrifice. Was
for people. But the thing is in the past, if the sacrifice was for their sins, it still went somewhere. It was still because of somebody. Somebody made a law and said. Somebody made a law and said, "Hey, you need to sacrifice for your sins." So
Right.
then, in the Jesus time frame, he sacrificed for everybody.
Oh my
But
goodness.
who's that law that said that needs to happen?
Okay, let me put it into perspective like this.
Okay.
I'll use
Yeah,
an-
this will be
I'll
the
try-
last.
I'll-
Well, this will be.
all right.
I know. I get it, Brad. This will be the last round because the background noise and all that stuff. But we're kind of going in circles.
Gotcha.
Okay,
I
let's give it
gotcha.
one more. Go
I'll
ahead.
try-
One more shot.
I'll-
One more
I'll-
shot.
I'll try to use an analogy.
One
okay?
more shot. Okay.
And I'm not good with it. I'm not good with analogies. I'm not gonna lie, but I'll try to use an analogy. Okay. So if you were speeding down the road, okay,
Yeah.
and you got a traffic violation,
Huh?
right? And let's say it was you, right? You got a traffic violation,
Right.
and I was like, hey, I'll pay that traffic violation for you,
Uh-huh.
right? And I paid that traffic violation for you. Technically, I didn't commit the speed violation. I willingly wanted to pay it for you, right?
Well, who are you paying? Who are you
Yeah.
paying to?
Who are you paying though? Yeah.
Well, technically, I would be paying you, so that I would be giving it to you, so then you could pay it.
Oh, you're giving
correct?
it to me so I can give it to the government. But
Correct.
ultimately who's getting the money?
Ultimately, it would be going to God, correct?
There we go.
But
oh my goodness, that's what we're saying.
Exactly. No, but
So
but in
through
your
proxy,
in your
you're
instance,
paying it to the government.
yes, but in your instance, it would be It would be if you committed a got a traffic ticket, I would go to the government and pay the government versus paying you.
Exactly.
That's exactly what we're
So
saying. So
you
that means
still,
you're
so you correct,
yeah.
but you still have to go to God, right? So
That's
this
not what.
the
Yeah,
sacri-
we
the
understand that.
sacrifice.
We
Right.
understand
So
that.
the sacrifice was not cutting out you having to go to God and
We're
atone
not
for your
saying that.
sins.
That's not what we said.
Right. It was.
All we're saying is that God is sacrificing himself to himself.
Right, but that is where people get it mixed.
No, you
Confused
got to
because
mix
No,
up.
no, no,
no,
no.
because
It's
no.
very
Let me just hit this
Bradley,
home.
Bradley,
Let me hit this home.
even if Jesus is being a proxy, where it's saying that he's
Yes,
covering
skeptic
the
philosophy.
sacrifice
Exactly.
for us, it is still the fact that it's to cover the fact that we had to sacrifice to God.
This is so
So
wild.
Jesus being the substitute sacrifice is still him sacrificing himself to himself, regardless of how you want to slice it.
Yeah,
There's no way around
because
that.
God always ends up getting the cut, right? So it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can't weasel your way out of this one.
Oh
Sorry.
goodness. Okay. Well, hey, Bradley, you gave it a good shot. I appreciate that. You've actually been a pretty good sport. I appreciate the polite conversation. But yeah, I'm gonna get off this merry-go-round. So I can't spin on this anymore. I'm getting dizzy. But I appreciate you coming up, Brad, okay? Oh, I think we might have lost him. All right. I'm gonna send you down now. Appreciate you.
Oh, I was just saying.
Oh, we lost you. Yeah. Sorry. Hey, thanks for the conversation. Shadow Slays, how's it going?
Hello, I'm stepping out in one moment.
Okay. Not a problem.
Bradley, with that conversation, you spin me right round, baby, right round.
Yes, for sure.
No,
That was
interesting conver. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. No, first off, thanks for having me up on the panel. Good to see some friendly faces.
Absolutely.
So I was just wondering, who was Jesus praying to in the garden?
Exactly. He's praying to himself.
Right. It makes sense if you just look at the words and read them. That's what I do personally. I know
Yeah.
it's kind of wild. But in the Old Testament, there's examples of God just forgiving people.
Yeah.
2 Chronicles 7:14, Ezekiel 18:21, and
Zechariah?
2 Samuel 12.
Somewhere in Zechariah? Yeah. Somewhere in there. I think it's
Yeah.
Zechariah. Yeah, somewhere in there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for repentance, if they just turn away from their wickedness and seek God, then God will forgive their sins. There's other parts where, it's there's not even a sacrifice needed. So God could do that, but I don't know. I guess he plays favorites. That's what I've noticed.
Yeah,
But,
yeah, for sure. But yeah, he just didn't want to see the sacrifice himself to himself.
Yeah, he's a bit grandiose. If you ask me. But
it
anyways, I just had some little comments on the last conversation. But
Yeah.
Thanks for having me. I'll go
Yeah,
ahead and
you
drop.
got it.
I'm gonna go ahead and
before
enjoy the
you
rest of my
drop,
day off.
one
What's up?
more, 5 more seconds. Everybody follow Shadow
Go
Slays.
ahead.
Shadow Slays does some amazing lives. So pop him a follow. So when he comes on, and I'm sorry, what are your pronouns? He, him?
Yeah, that'd be he, him.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, when he comes on, you'll get the notification and you can watch. So yeah, I've watched from the hallway several times and great lives. So you guys are missing out if you're not following him.
Too kind. Oh my goodness! I did not expect that.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah. Like I said, thank you for having me on your panel. It is
Yeah, we
much
got you.
appreciated. And
Yeah. All right.
continue
Cheers,
to
Shadow
geek
Slays.
out.
Thank you.
Continue
Cheers.
to cook later.
All right.
Have
All
a good
right.
one, Joe.
Have a good one, Shadow. Yeah, I'd love to, but it's time for me to go. So I'm going to bring up Le Mods. And
you can.
what's that?
I was saying you can drop me for the mods.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, everybody give Hammy some follows and some love. Give Jade some follows and some love for being up here. And you know, and doing a great job. So really appreciate you guys hanging out and staying up here. So
For real, Charles, that's how you feel?
oh, of course, Jessica, goes without saying. I mean, you're one of the mods too, so you were gonna get the extra love.
Me.
No, I didn't forget about you. You're one of the mods. You're gonna get extra love. So
Follow Jessica too.
Yes, follow Jessica too, absolutely. But see, Jessica was gonna get the love along with the mods. I was doing it for the co-hosts. See, yeah. See, it's a different, yeah. But you got to follow Jessica and all that. Okay, I'm gonna send down the co-hosts. Thank you guys again. Appreciate you, and we'll see you up here again. Okay. See you, Hammy, and see you, Jade. Thanks again. All right. And let's see. We got Poke. Where's Peg? Where's Peg? I know Peg's in here. Where's Peg? Where's Peg at? There's Peg. There they are. All right. We'll bring them up. And who else we got? Anybody else? Is that everybody?
No.
No? We didn't forget about you, little person. We didn't forget about you. But we're doing mods. We're doing mods, not little people. So thank you, mods. And on the other side, I think we're mod light on the YouTube side. No. Nope, looks like it's just Nightbot. But hold on. We'll talk to you in a second. Hold on. Blaster Master 80, thank you. And Kif Webb was in there earlier, and Rainbow Ash. Mods on the YouTube side as well. So W to them. So great job, mods. Thank you so much for all that you do. So I really, really appreciate you. So if you have any gifts, have any W's, any likes, follows, any love you can send the mods way, that would be great because they do such a fantastic job. And it's just my little way of showing appreciation for them, for everything that they do. So thank you so much. And also follow. So please be sure to follow. Yes. So thank you guys so much. All right. Last thing. Boy, yeah, I think I'm going to stick on this topic for a while. So we got some. And on top of that, it is Feral Friday. So that's usually what happens. We usually get some pretty feral guests on Friday. So I think the last thing, we want to see who we can raid. Who can we raid? Miniquan and Fox the Arsonist. Yeah, let's do them. Let's do Miniquan. Miniquan. Let's raid Miniquan. And
Did you say it's Friday?
What's that?
Today's Wednesday.
Is it Wednesday? Wow. Did I say it was Friday? Wow.
Yes.
Oh, I'm okay. I'm off. I thought it was
Sundowning.
Why did I think it was Friday? Wow. Okay, it's only Wednesday.
You
Sorry.
that.
It was a wild Wednesday. Yes, it was a wild
You're on
Wednesday.
steroids.
I don't know. I'm getting old. I mean, I don't even
You're
know
also prednisone, making your head foggy.
Maybe.
Giving you the munchie.
It might be. I don't know what happened there. Okay, it's only Wednesday. I think it's optimism. I'm sorry, everybody. Yeah. So yes, you do. If you have to work on Thursdays, you have to go. You have to go to work tomorrow. I'm so sorry. See, that's why you don't just automatically assume everything I do is right. See what happens. Okay. So for today, since today is Wednesday, let's go raid Miniquan. MINI space QUAN. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna raid Miniquan and show Miniquan some love, and and enjoy the rest of our Wednesday. So everybody, thank you again so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. I have to say it like 5 times so I don't forget. And yeah, nothing ruins a Friday quite like finding out it's Wednesday. Exactly. So I probably messed up everybody's week. So sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay. And I will see you all. But the bright side is I will see you tomorrow, since tomorrow is Thursday. So this is not the last live of the week for me. So I got 2 more. All right. Take care, everybody. Appreciate you. Enjoy your day. Bye.
Bye.